this to move forward. So this has happened a lot in the Trump administration because of his many executive orders that have been challenged. And so the case that you were talking about really was the birthright citizenship case, where Ketanji Brown Jackson was saying, among other things, that we're just ceding too much authority to the executive branch and that we're not playing our role as the separation of powers and the oversight of the judiciary. She's saying you're all capitulating for political reasons to Donald Trump. Well, you can imagine the people who are conservative on the Supreme Court, who were, some of whom, three of whom were appointed by Donald Trump, do not like being called that they're a bunch of sheep, that they're patsies. And Chief Justice Roberts, although he was selected by George W. Bush, he's an institutionalist. He wants the Supreme Court to remain independent. He doesn't want the impression that they're just in the pocket of the Trump administration. So that's why Ketanji Brown Jackson didn't earn any friends with those dissenting opinions in which she went off ramp. She did. Normally, they have much more collegiality toward each other. They may not like each other personally in some instances, but they don't express it in their opinions. So, at one point, Justice Barrett, a fellow Supreme Court justice female, said in her opinion, she essentially said that Justice Jackson is ignoring 250 years of constitutional precedent and doesn't seem to understand. It's like really biting, like, ouch.
Wow.
Like a real, literally saying, did you not go to law school or what?
Right.
What's up with you up there? So that became like a new feud, like, whoa, that became public. She was literally saying, I don't think you understand the Constitution, and I don't think you understand what we do here. And it may be true, some of that, but it's not that she doesn't understand the Constitution. It says Ketanji Brown Jackson is the most progressive of the three liberals, right? That would be Kagan, Sotomayor, and Jackson. She's to the left of them. And she's saying, the hell with you guys. I got to stand up for the political philosophy. Now, I know that this is a very controversial thing for me to say because she would deny that she's saying that. But that's really what she's really doing. She's really saying, I need to stand up for not just a political philosophy, but for the importance of this court as a check against the power of the executive branch. So, what can be done about this? Well, the Adam Liptak article said the Supreme Court could stop doing that. They could just go, we believe that we don't get involved unless we can brief the case, argue the case, and sit around for 12 months writing the opinion.
Yeah, thinking
people
about
forget.
It. Right.
Yeah, people forget. These opinions go through 50 drafts. Yeah. They go back and forth. They argue with each other. The clerks go over them. They make notes. These things are treated like books, and so that's what people don't understand, that the shadow docket, this emergency docket, is really different. You go from very thorough and meticulous thinking to something that looks like off the cuff. Just do that and let's forget about it. And so the reason it happened is because so many of the executive orders were challenged in this new administration. So, for instance, for 40 cases were filed against Donald Trump to try to stop him, block his various executive orders. Nothing like that has ever happened before. Presidents come into office and they issue executive orders, and sometimes they would retract the executive order of their predecessor and put something else in place. But never before have they all been challenged like this. On the other hand, it's also true that Donald Trump made radical transformations in the political culture of this country. Yes. And so because of the radical nature of it, you could imagine that's where all those cases came from. But that's what's going on.
Okay, that's a fantastic analysis, Thane Rosenbaum. It's wonderful. And then the Supreme Court, their justification is that they think that the district courts, in trying to respond to these challenges, are too heavy-handed and extending their jurisdictions far beyond their district court jurisdiction. And so that
Right.
was the Supreme Court's excuse for saying, well, this is an emergency. We've got to make it clear that the district court can only make decisions affecting the parties to the lawsuit or their own district or whatever they wanted to say, right?
Well, it's that. That's very good, very well said, Lisa, and explain. That's what's called universal or nationwide injunctions, where a single judge sitting in Boston, basically goes, I don't like the fact that this policy is being implemented by President Trump immediately. I don't know if it's constitutional. It's going to take a while to get this thing to trial or wherever we're going. In the meantime, I'm blocking it. And guess what? I'm not just blocking it with the two people before me now in my courtroom. I'm blocking it for everywhere in the United States. So that's what was called the birthright citizenship case, which had nothing to do with birthright citizenship. It had to do with the Supreme Court basically saying, no single federal judge who is unelected with lifetime appointment has the power to enjoin a new policy of the administration nationwide. You can do it in your courtroom, but you can't do it around the country. So that's where one area but remember that decision was an actual decision by the Supreme Court. That case was originally a shadow docket case, and they took it out of the shadow docket and argued it and briefed it and decided it, did it very quickly on a fast-track basis. So that case is a little different because that one is on the merits, where the Supreme Court took a real look at it and said,
But it's on the merits only as to jurisdiction. It wasn't on the merits as to whether or not the executive order itself could stand. That's where I criticize them. I think they made a mistake.
Yeah,
it's my
opinion. And I think I remember you telling me that once. Yeah. And I would say, you and I will be talking about this again because eventually they're going to hear the merits. Eventually, it's going to come back. So we're going to have this conversation again, as you said. But they could have already done that. They could have just taken care of it immediately.
Yeah.
But the other issue had to do with many these other well, you were right initially. Most of those cases dealt with immigration, where the president said, "I got a mandate. I won." Part of my mandate, a huge part of it, is immigration and enforcement and deportation, and I'm being checked repeatedly by these lower court judges. And so what has happened in the emergency docket was where they lifted those implementations. We're saying we don't know whether or not this action by the president is constitutional, whether it exceeds his Article 2 powers under the Constitution. We don't know that. That's going to get worked out. But in the meantime, if he wants to deport people, good luck to him. He can do it. And that's where the shadow docket stepped in. They said, we don't know if it's constitutional, but we know this, that we can't stop him right now, that he's the new president and he has the right to undertake these new policies.
And that's what Ketanji Brown Jackson really objected to, because for her, she's already made up her mind on this. She's already said in her own.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. And she's saying she's of the view these, undocumented immigrants have rights, and we're, trampling all over them, and basically
that's
saying
a new word. I think you made up a new word that people will use. That's a
trampling,
good word.
Trampling all over them, and in doing so, they're being denied due process under the law. As the Trump administration was going, well, they're not citizens. They're not here legally. They don't get the full panoply of constitutional protections of everyone else. So that is a fundamental fight about what rights illegal immigrants have. And Ketanji Brown Jackson's position clearly is that these policies by the Trump administration are so extraordinary that they can't be set in motion immediately, that there needs to be some injunction because we think he's exceeding our authority. And some of the other justices in the shadow docket said, no, you can't stand in his way. He's the new president, and they're his policies, and they may not be constitutional, but they can't be stopped. They can be stopped eventually, but not on an emergency basis.
Thane Rosenbaum, thank you so much for this comprehensive look at this. I think it's I think it's an important conversation. The Supreme Court is a bastion of unaccountability for, some would say, very good reason. That's why it's there in the Constitution. And their approval rating numbers have gone down precipitously. I think the Clarence, what's his name? Thomas
Yeah.
Scandals about, the money that he received and the favors he received. I think all of that has gone into a lot of skepticism of the neutrality of the court, which is very unfortunate. And, but it is a bastion of unaccountability. They're going to do what they want to do, and no one can really change them. In other words, they're just going to do, really nobody can and nobody will. They're just going to go about doing their thing. Right? It's what it is. It's the way we're set up. So, but I think it's really important to pay attention to all of this, because we're living in a time right now where people believe that that the president, some people believe the president is going to the border and beyond of executive authority. And we all grew up learning about checks and balances. And Congress has been written off as being able to be an effective balancer for a long time. So people have gone to the courts now for decades. And thank you, Thane Rosenbaum, for this important insight. We really appreciate you being on the show today.
Thanks, Lisa.
Pleasure.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny sky the rest of this afternoon with a high near 80. Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warmer tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's July 22nd. After hearing a customer complain about his French fries being too thick, Chef George Plum invented the potato chip.
Lay's potato chips. So crisp, you can eat a million of them, but nobody can eat just one.
Delicious.
Also on this day, we celebrate the birthday of the late Alex Trebek.
And now, here is the host of Jeopardy!
Until next time on Jeopardy, Alex Trebek. So long. So long, everybody. So long, everyone. So long. So long, everybody.
July 22nd, 1988, the #1 movie at the box office was Big Top Pee-wee.
There's one of my co-stars, Vince the Talking Pig. This is a very challenging role for me.
July 22nd.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. WICC. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. A top Justice Department official says he'll meet with Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend in the latest attempt by the administration to downplay any remaining questions in the case. Linda Kenyon reports.
I don't know anything about it.
That's what President Trump said when asked about the Justice Department's overtures to Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, I don't know about it, but I think it's something that sounds appropriate to do, yeah.
Maxwell is serving a 20-year sentence for helping Epstein in sex trafficking of underage girls. The president also deflected, citing past grievances against Democrats.
They tried to rig the election.
Trump was close friends with Jeffrey Epstein many years ago, but later denounced him, along with Republicans who are demanding more transparency. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
The UN says 1,000 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces since May while trying to get food. Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
Malnourishment is soaring. Starvation is knocking on every door.
Aid agencies say doctors in Gaza are fainting from hunger. Massachusetts Governor Healey says the state will provide money to improve public safety staffing in Fall River after a fire at an assisted living facility.
$1.2 million in state funding available for Fall River to hire more emergency response personnel.
That fire killed 10 people. Some residents were hanging out windows screaming for help. With millions of Americans under heat alerts again today, some advice from Dr. Dale Grinner in Memphis.
If you are out, you're starting to feel a little flush, you're sweating, your heart rate's up a little bit, you may be feeling a little faint, that's more heat exhaustion, and that's really your body warning you that you've got to get out of that heat.
Parts of Europe are sweltering as well. This American tourist in Greece.
Well, we don't go in the sun between 12 and 4. We take a siesta. We change our lifestyle to suit the high heat.
There's word Target is ending its popular price matching policy. CBS's Steve Kathan has that.
This weekend at Target,
Target says as of next week, it will no longer match prices from top competitors Walmart and Amazon. The policy, in effect for more than a decade, allowed shoppers to request price matches from those two retailers for up to 14 days after making a purchase at Target. The chain says it will continue to match prices internally between different Target locations and its online store. That means if a customer finds a lower price on Target's website, for example, the company will match the price in a 2-week period. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
On Wall Street, stocks are mixed today. The Dow Jones Industrial is currently up 106 points. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You're not at your house. You're at a lavish seaside estate. You're not walking the dog. You're hunting for clues in an Agatha Christie mystery. See it differently with BritBox. Stream an endlessly entertaining collection of British TV, including new original series, Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
Bit awkward, really. I think I might just have solved a murder.
And Outrageous, a scandalous true story.
Seems there's a political extremist in every family these days.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A body was found in the Housatonic River near the Stevenson Dam in Monroe after a person was reported missing in the river. A search was being conducted yesterday afternoon in the area of Lake Zor Drive after the unidentified person was reported missing near the dam. The body was recovered after an underwater drone located it at the base of the dam. The death is under investigation. And Governor Ned Lamont says Connecticut residents have made it clear to him that they do not want to see tolls return to state highways. Democratic candidate for governor and Hamden State Representative Josh Elliott has indicated that he supports bringing back tolls in a conversation with WTNH TV News 8.
It's a user fee. So ultimately, you're asking people from out of state to pay your state to be able to use your resources. That's why I believe in it.
However, Governor Lamont told Channel 8 that he proposed electronic tolling soon after being elected governor years ago, but was unable to gain enough support in the legislature.
I've been there. I've done that. People did not want us to do tolls. I did challenge the legislature in January. I said, look, we're in pretty good shape on our transportation fund now, but we're doing a lot of work. It drains at some point. You give me your alternatives, what you think you'd like to get behind. I haven't heard a peep from any of them.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 4 through 5. Parkway northbound starts at exit 41. Southbound, you have it going into Route 7 and Norwalk. Also on the Parkway, southbound side construction through No Man's Land into exit 42. Further on the Parkway, Upper Merritt Road work, exit 49 going through 51. Stay left to get around them for tree trimming. And the Wilbur Cross north and southbound construction between exit 55 and exit 60 on either side. And on the southbound side of 91 construction, exits 15 and 14, stay left to get around them. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. And then Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-60s and a light breeze out of the south. Sunny and warmer tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Sunny and hot Thursday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
To mask up or not to mask up? That's the question we begin with here on this Tuesday at 2:07, talking about masks and ice. Now, yesterday, right around as we were getting off the air, we had a notification here that there was more ice activity here in Connecticut. In fact, here's a direct quote from the ICE office in Boston, which I guess oversees Connecticut. ICE arrested Mahmoud El Hassan, an illegal alien from Sudan in Danbury. El Hassan's criminal history includes convictions for attempting to provide material support to a foreign terrorist organization and false statements. So let's back up here. In fact, let me read that again so you hear it clearly here. And I want to make sure you get this. ICE in Boston yesterday that they arrested Mahmoud El Hassan, ELHASSAN, an illegal alien from Sudan, and they made that arrest in Danbury. El Hassan's criminal history includes convictions for attempting to provide materials support to a foreign terrorist organization and false statements. So, take that phrase there, materials support to a foreign terrorist organization. Now, I don't know about you. I don't consider myself some great wordsmith here. I don't consider myself some expert on international terrorism. However, to me, your dopey host here in the afternoon, every Monday through Friday from 2 to 6, to me, when I see the phrase or the few words, provide materials support to a foreign terrorist organization, I'm guessing that organization is not the local Girl Scout troop or the local Boy Scout troop. These are probably some pretty bad guys and gals. I'm sure they're women terrorists. So the point here is, that when they conduct these raids, more times than not, ICE, the men and women, the field agents, the federal agents of ICE, the federales, as it were, they're wearing masks. A lot of them wear masks. You see them, they look like the gaiters or, some what these race car drivers wear to protect their head and face in case of a fire, the fire masks. You also see and hear people wear them sometimes, the skin-tight stuff when they're skiing, but these are masks. They're not the traditional, surgical masks that a lot of us were fooled into wearing during COVID-19 and all that years ago. These are masks. The reason is to protect the faces and the identities of the men and women doing these raids. Now, I find nothing wrong with that. I think that when you see phrases in a release put out by an organization like ICE, which says they got this guy, for example, a few days ago right here in our own backyard, Mahmoud El Hassan in Danbury, whose criminal history includes convictions for attempting to provide material support to foreign terrorist organizations and false statements, I'm thinking that he's not hanging out with some pretty nice guys or gals. So wouldn't we want to, make sure that the men and women who are carrying out these raids don't get their identities given away to the people that they are arresting and trying to get out of the country and put in safe facilities here? See, the point is this, and I'm seeing this pop up in the news more and more and more. You have a lot of jurisdictions, blue cities, blue states, left-leaning types who kiss the rear end of illegals saying, well, these ICE agents, they look like stormtroopers, or what did William Tong say yesterday? Secret police? Yes, our own Attorney General going with a Nazi and or Russian Marxist allusion to men and women who were just doing their jobs. So you have, people out there who are attacking these men and women of ICE. You have public servants like our own Attorney General who are likening them, I should say, to Nazi era and Stalinist era secret police forces, they need to be wearing masks. I firmly believe that it would be a big mistake, and it would endanger the individuals and endanger the lives of their family members, wives, husbands, sons, and daughters if we in some ridiculous mode made it so they had to go in there and show their faces. Why? Tell me why. Explain to me why. Beyond the touchy-feely stuff here, but explain to me why some people want the identity of ICE agents exposed to people who they're trying to collar on whatever immigration charges and who might be associated with some pretty bad people. Do you know what the technology is now and how easy it is to take a picture of somebody who's in the middle of a raid and dox, D-O-X them, meaning publicize information about them, their name, where they live, who their families are? You can do that pretty easily. And you don't think some of these criminal enterprises have access to this stuff, especially if some of the people that ICE is trying to get out of the country spend a lot of money with these human traffickers to get over there? Why would we want to endanger men and women who are just following orders? Why would we want to do that? And I know what you're going to say. Well, the police can't cover their faces. Yeah, because it's a different type of law enforcement. You're not talking about federal immigration law. Doesn't the left try to say that all the time? Well, local law enforcement shouldn't be involved in immigration enforcement. Okay. All right. You got me on that one. I'm all right on that. So maybe they should not be liable to the same identification? You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's our question of the day to start us off here. Talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Should ICE agents be prevented from covering their faces during federal immigration enforcement raids? What do you think? A lot of critics say no, have them take their masks off. Why? If they're going in there to do the job, and they're going to do the job either way, masked up or without a mask, so we have local and some state and federal officials that are throwing a tantrum here because they want to endanger the lives of these people? Is that how it works? Well, we're mad about this, so we're going to make sure that some really bad people, some thugs among them, get to see a picture of this guy or this gal, take the picture, try and match it up with databases, and potentially go after them, their wives, and their kids in their neighborhoods. Oh, is that what we're going to do here? Now I get it. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Here at Stamford Health, expert care begins with a conversation, where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU, and mental health means community health. Here, we're collaborating with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS to redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, Stamford Health. Care. It's different here.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Plunge into the vibrant unknown this summer at the Maritime Aquarium. Immerse yourself in wonder and let the joy of discovery color your memories, even as the sun sets on another great day. With a range of experiences that are sure to inspire guests of any age, your visit isn't just an adventure. It's a front row seat to the brilliant show of life on Earth. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to choose your summer adventure today.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 4 through 5. Parkway northbound starts at exit 41. Southbound, you have it going into Route 7 in Norwalk. Also on the Parkway, southbound side construction through No Man's Land into exit 42. Further on the Parkway, Upper Merritt Road work, exit 49 going through 51. Stay left to get around them for tree trimming. And the Wilbur Cross north and southbound construction between exit 55 and exit 60 on either side. And on the southbound side of 91, construction exits 15 and 14. Stay left to get around them. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. And then Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Thursday, sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Away from your radio? Listen while you work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
So ICE announced, the ICE Boston office, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, announcing earlier this week that they made an arrest of sounds like a pretty bad dude here. Mahmoud El Hassan, an illegal from Sudan. They collared this guy in Danbury. El Hassan's criminal history includes convictions for trying to provide material support to a foreign terrorist group and false statements. So, good that he's off the streets. Probably should have never been off the streets, should have never been here because he was an illegal. Now, I don't know the exact details of how this ICE raid went down, but many ICE raids include ICE agents who are covering their faces. They're wearing masks, ski masks, where all you can basically see their eyes. I have no problem with that. Now, there are left-leaning and blue-leaning areas who say, well, all right, we can stop ICE, but let's expose their faces. Why? Why would you want to do that? Why would you want, they should see who's arresting them, should they? Now, there's an argument that there's a constitutional requirement that you see who's arresting you. Now, again, ICE are not like local police. There's a difference between local police, largely governed by states and cities and towns and some national police codes versus federal agents here. So what do you think of this? A basic question here. I'd love to get your thoughts on it. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Should ICE agents be prevented from covering their faces during federal immigration enforcement raids? Should ICE have to legally tell their agents, their field agents, hey, take your masks off. We want to see your faces. Or, in the name of safety, should these agents, these men and women, get to keep their faces covered? Because in some situations, you're dealing with some, pretty bad international dudes, hombres, as the guy in the White House likes to say, and dudettes. Bob in Weston starts us off today at 22 past. Hey, Bob, good afternoon. How are you?
Paul, what a beautiful day.
Thank you.
Paul, down at Columbia, these little spoiled brats from the rich liberals up here, they can cover their faces, they can run in, spray paint the library.
Yep.
And all the same people that are saying that the ICE agents should take off their masks are the ones that applaud these jerks. Now, let's go a step further.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the ICE agents should take off their masks, and they should put on Freddy Krueger masks to scare the hell out of these people.
Could you imagine? How funny. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Bob. That's funny. Not
Paul,
practical.
Is that a great analogy, though? I mean, these rich, privileged jerks up by us.
Don't hold back, Bob. Whatever you do, don't hold back. Don't hold back.
Oh, I'm just getting started here.
Yeah.
They let in 11 million, and a lot of them are terrorists and bad. And there are good people, Paul. There are good people.
Absolutely.
But then, how can they make a blanket policy? Oh, take off your mask. Well, I don't want to get too crazy here.
Okay.
Freddy Krueger masks. I'll chip in, and
could you imagine?
Unbelievable.
Thanks, Bob. I appreciate
All the
it.
best.
Starting the day with a little bit of a laugh here. Now, Todd Lyons, who runs ICE, the current acting ICE head, has stated he will continue to allow agents to wear the masks in order to protect them from doxing and potential harm. And a lot of you folks, what doxing is the practice of taking somebody's picture and putting it up on social media all over the world and trying to match it up with photos and databases and all this and all that to basically say, hey, we wouldn't want anything to happen to these fine ICE people. It's like an old mob thing. Hey, nice restaurant you got here. Pity if a fire were to break out. Because that's exactly what this is. The people, now I know there are some good, honest people who say, hey, for full transparency, I get it. But let's not kid ourselves. You got a lot of leftist kooks out there who would love nothing more than to see ICE agents hurt or killed. I'm telling you. Some officials and organizations are pushing for legislation or policies that would limit or ban the practice. About that, well, you tell me. What do you think? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So the question is basically this: should ICE agents be prevented from covering their faces during federal immigration enforcement raids? And don't bring in the argument of the local police, different jurisdiction, different agency, different governing bodies. Rich in Stratford's here. Rich, how are you, sir?
Good, Paul. Yeah, my take on this is very simple, but it has a little common sense attached to it, so anyone on the left, I'm sure, will not hear it. But anyway, I digress.
Okay.
No, I don't think their faces should be exposed. I mean, the results of their work in a lot of ways affects our national security, period.
Yep.
And I don't think, and on that kind of alone, absolutely not. They should not expose their face.
You're right. And, Rich, thank you. You're breaking up a bit, my friend. I got to let you go. But you're right. There's a national security component to this. And I know on the other side they're saying, well, what about the freedom to see who's arresting me? And to that I counter, what about the freedom of these ICE agents, these men and women, not to have their images put up on the regular internet and the dark internet and have some leftist Antifa kooks start to say, hey, here's one of the ones we have to go after.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 4 through 5. Right lane is out. On the Parkway northbound, it starts at exit 41. Southbound, you have it going into Route 7. And again, through No Man's Land into exit 42. On the Upper Merritt northbound, construction starts at exit 49. Goes into Stratford. Stay left to get around it. And on the Wilbur Cross, you got it on either side between exit 55 and exit 16 Hampden. And 91 southbound, more road work going through exits 15 and 16. That's taking out the right lane. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-60s and a light breeze out of the south. Sunny and warmer tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Sunny and hot Thursday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Hey, Bridgeport small business owners. You can apply for a $5,000 grant from Optimum Business and the Bridgeport Regional Business Council. The Lifting Up Bridgeport Small Businesses Grant Program is awarding 25 businesses $5,000 grants to develop their business technology and support their success. And your business can be one of them. But hurry, the application deadline is August 15th. To see grant program requirements and apply today, visit optimum.com/business/Bridgeport. Terms apply.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bumper Christoph. It doesn't get better than spending a day fishing and boating on the Sound. If you're like me, love to fish, and you're 18 or younger, get on the action. Sign up for the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth.
Bridgeport Harbor Marina is proud to offer a $1,000 cash prize for the heaviest blue caught by an 18 and under angler. Register your kids today at bluefishtournament.com. The Bridgeport Harbor Marina, your destination for dining and boating.
Chronic migraine is 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they start. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It prevents on average 8 to 9 headache days a month versus 6 to 7 for placebo.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
Now you can find out who's under the helmet and behind the jersey with the Rudin Report Athlete Profile. High school sports are made great by the student athletes who play them. Check out the High School Athlete Profile, sponsored by BMW of Darien at therudinreport.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. A top Justice Department official says he plans to meet with Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend, as Linda Kenyon reports.
Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche says if Ghislaine Maxwell has information about anyone who committed crimes against underage girls, the FBI and the Department of Justice want to hear about it.
It's another day of extreme heat across the nation. CBS's Rob Marciano says the humidity in places like Mississippi and western Tennessee will make it feel miserable.
We're looking for temps to get to 98 in Jackson, 100 in Memphis, with the humidity, 111.
The UN is raising the alarm again about hunger in Gaza, which is now threatening Palestinians and doctors trying to help them. UNRWA's Juliet Tuma.
Many are now fainting due to hunger and exhaustion while performing their duties.
The UN says more than 1,000 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces since May while trying to get food. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The trial has begun for the suspect accused in the deadly stabbing of a 58-year-old man over 4 years ago in Bridgeport. Laquan Victoria is charged with murder and first-degree robbery during the commission of a felony in the killing of James McLean in March of 2021. A jury of 8 men and 4 women are hearing the case in Bridgeport Superior Court. Law enforcement officers are expected to be on the stand when testimony continues. A Norwalk man working as a rideshare driver is accused of sexually assaulting a 17-year-old girl in Darien. Police say 33-year-old Edgar Interiano has been arrested after an investigation that began in March. He's charged with second-degree sexual assault and other offenses and is being held on $100,000 bond. Interiano was a driver for Uber at the time of the alleged incident, and the company indicates he was removed from the platform over the allegations. A person is dead after a rollover crash in Bridgeport early this morning. Bridgeport officials say the crash happened at 5:30 a.m. in the 300 block of Indian Avenue. The vehicle struck a utility pole, and the operator was extricated from the car. It is not known if the operator was pronounced dead at the scene or if they were taken to the hospital. The crash is under investigation. Connecticut is again suing the Trump administration. Attorney General William Tong has announced a lawsuit challenging rules that would require immigration status be verified at health clinics and other safety net programs.
This is a time to fight.
Tong says they want to make sure people have access to vital health care and other services in order to protect them and the public. Tong's office is party to around 40 lawsuits targeting the Trump administration. Lawmakers, including the Attorney General, are also sounding the alarm on the financial impact of President Trump's many tariffs. According to a Yale study, consumer prices have risen 1.8%, which translates to an income reduction of roughly $2,400 per household. The Attorney General, along with other state officials, have pledged to push back against the administration.
We are in a constitutional crisis, and the first 100 days of Donald Trump 2.0 has been nothing but devastating for Connecticut. We're suing to stop this tariff madness.
A second Democrat is seeking a primary against Hartford area Congressman John Larson. Southington Town Councilman Jack Perry has entered the race against the 76-year-old Larson for his first district seat. Hartford Board of Education member Ruth Fortune announced earlier this month that she's running for Larson's seat. Larson turns 77 years old this month and suffered a partial seizure on the House floor while delivering a speech in February. 3rd District Democratic Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro says federal cuts to Medicaid threaten to kick 187,000 Connecticut residents off their health insurance. DeLauro spoke about the cuts yesterday at the Grimes Center Nursing Facility in New Haven. DeLauro says the deep cuts in the recently passed budget bill could lead to a health care and elder care crisis in Connecticut.
Medicaid is about kids, it's about the disabled, it's about low-wage workers, it's about seniors, but this is about everyone. Everyone's health care is going to see an increase.
She says it's an undeniable fact that people will die because of this legislation. There is now an interim president for Connecticut State Community College. Dr. Christina Royal's appointment was announced yesterday by the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities system. Her term begins August 1st and runs through June 30th, 2026. Royal is a past president of Holyoke Community College in Massachusetts. Sacred Heart University has been approved as the newest member of the Coastal Athletic Association Conference. The university will join the CAA as of July 1st, 2026, and will increase the league's membership to 13. The conference had 5 teams make the playoff field in 2022 and 4 in both the 2023 and 2024 tournaments. 11 of the CAA's current 14 members have made the playoffs since 2015. And some Connecticut parents are getting worried about a contagious rash that is going around the state. Molluscum is a common but contagious skin infection that presents as small bumps on the skin and is spread through contact with skin or contaminated items like clothes and towels. Although painless, some parents worry about their children's safety. But Dr. Jessica Halser from the University of New Haven told WFSB Channel 3 that the infection is not a cause for concern.
I get why people take it seriously, and I'm just happy to be able to provide them a sense that, like, it's not likely to be the sort of thing that's really going to disrupt your life. It's benign enough that I don't think it's worth being particularly aggrieved over. But I understand why parents would be worried when they don't know what they're working with.
The infection typically clears on its own after several weeks. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 4 through 5. Right lane is out. On the Parkway northbound, it starts at exit 41. Southbound, you have it going into Route 7. And again, through No Man's Land into exit 42. On the Upper Merritt northbound, construction starts at exit 49. Goes into Stratford. Stay left to get around it. And on the Wilbur Cross, you got it on either side between exit 55 and exit 16 Hampton. And 91 southbound, more road work going through exits 15 and 16. That's taking out the right lane. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Thursday, sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And what we're talking about is federal immigrations and customs enforcement agents. ICE, baby. Yeah. And they made an arrest of what sounds like not a real Boy Scout or Girl Scout, or should we say People Scout. Person Scout. I don't want to offend anybody's gender sensitivities here, but ICE made an arrest yesterday in Danbury, or I'm sorry, they announced it yesterday, could have been this week, but ICE arresting a guy named Mahmoud El Hassan, an illegal from Sudan in Danbury. El Hassan's criminal record includes, ICE says, convictions for attempting to provide material support to a foreign terrorist organization. How about that, huh? And making false statements as well. That usually means they confronted him on it and he lied. Anyway, Mr. Mahmoud El Hassan was collared by ICE recently in Danbury. So one more illegal, dangerous one, sounds like, off the streets and sidewalks of Danbury. But I wonder what it looked like when Mr. Hassan was collared by ICE, and if ICE was the ICE folks, the men and women doing that, were wearing masks or not. That's a big thing now. I was reading the other day and earlier this morning, there are jurisdictions who, because, now understand this, you have jurisdictions out there who, because ICE is wearing masks and they are doing what the feds are supposed to do, right? Enforce the immigration laws. Isn't this what we hear from the blue areas and the left so often? Well, you know, immigration, our local police shouldn't be involved in that. Okay. So ICE comes in and they do it. So now they're throwing a tantrum because ICE is wearing masks. Well, would you rather they didn't? Here's a simple question. Would the people complaining about ICE wearing masks rather put those people in danger? Because you're not going to convince me that in some way, shape, or form, prohibiting the wearing of masks doesn't put these ICE men and women in danger. It doesn't. That's why they wear the masks. And I know the argument is, well, these could be kidnappers and not ICE. Come on. Have we heard of that at all? Maybe I'm missing something. Have we heard of that at all? Come on, please. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. A lot of folks commenting on this one. We'll get to the comments later. And by the way, you can talk or text at 333-9422. Should ICE agents be prevented from covering their faces during federal immigration enforcement raids? Now, remember, this is not the same as a cop. I know some people are probably saying, well, Cops have a badge number. Cops have a name badge. A cop has to tell you what his or her name is. In fact, they'll usually say, "Good afternoon, sir. Good evening, sir. I'm Officer so-and-so from XYZ PD." They do that because it's not federal law enforcement. It ain't federal law enforcement. It's local law enforcement, and those things are, different on different levels. But now you have people saying, hey, ICE agents shouldn't be allowed to wear masks. Why? Half the time they're accosting these people, the idiots on the other side, they're wearing masks. Why was everybody at Columbia? I shouldn't say everybody. Why were a lot of the anti-Semitic protesters at Columbia and at Harvard and at every other place, why are they wearing masks? If they're so excited about exercising their First Amendment rights and their anti-Semitic diatribes at many of these schools, then show your faces. Oh, you don't want to because you're afraid, but you want ICE and Homeland Security and the cops to show their faces, and then you'll be taking their pictures and posting them on social media, and you'll be going full mafia on them when you want protection money. Hey, gallant ICE guy here, be a shame if something happened to him. Oh, man. So that's the question. Should ICE agents be prevented from covering their faces during federal immigration raids? Sure. Have them show their faces so all the sickos can go after them. But that's just me. Maybe you disagree. Gene in Derby is here. Hello, Gene. How are you?
Good, Paul. How you doing today?
I'm all right, Gene. What do you got?
So I'm opposed to I want these guys to wear masks because of all these cuckoos out there that are out to kill everybody, including they're out to gun down cops and all that other stuff. They've been doing this since Obama took office. That's what I think.
All right, so you don't buy the argument of, hey, I should be able to see who's arresting me, because that's one of the arguments that the other side is giving, saying, hey, well, if I can see a cop, I should be able to see these guys.
No, that's complete stupidity. I don't believe it.
All right. Thank you, Gene. Appreciate it. Gene in Derby there. In fact, before we go to the fact, you know what? Let's, what should I do? I'm so confused. There was a list here of stuff. Oh, here it is. The arguments for the masks. One is agent safety. Number two is operational security. And the arguments against allowing masks: lack of transparency and accountability, intimidation and fear. Nothing wrong with that. Remember, fear is life's greatest motivator. First Amendment concerns. Some legal experts raise concerns about the potential for masked agents to infringe on the First Amendment rights of individuals they're interacting with, especially in the context of protests or public demonstrations. Okay. Or maybe when the cops say, get out of here, you leave. All right. Lack of a clear policy. There is no official federal policy governing the use of masks by ICE agents. There you go. I'm all for the masks. In fact, one of our earlier callers said Freddy Krueger masks. In fact, a couple of our staffers here at Connoisseur, when I was out using our palatial kitchen, they both said to me, hey, I like that Freddy Krueger idea.
You've been hit and you're hurt. You were in a crash, and now you're also out of cash. You need someone by your side. You need George Ganem to help you through the injury and legal process. With decades of experience helping clients injured in an accident, George Ganem takes on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve fast. George Ganem will fight for you. Call George at 203-713-8383 or GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
Are you over 50 and constantly feeling tired, bloated, or just a little off? Don't ignore it. Those could be signs that your liver is crying for help. As we age, our liver, which is essential for metabolism, digestion, immunity, and detoxification, needs extra support and protection. If neglected, it can leave you feeling sluggish and constantly off your game. That's where Active Liver from New Nordic comes in. Available in easy-to-take tablets or delicious gummies, Active Liver combines powerful natural ingredients like turmeric, milk thistle, and global artichoke extract to help support healthy liver function. With Active Liver, you're giving your body an essential daily defense against toxins from alcohol, fatty foods, and sweets, helping you reclaim your energy, improve digestion, lose the bloat, and strengthen your immunity so you can look and feel your best again. Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 4 through 5. Right lane is out. On the Parkway northbound, it starts at exit 41. Southbound, you have it going into Route 7. And again, through No Man's Land into exit 42. On the Upper Merritt northbound, construction starts at exit 49. Goes into Stratford. Stay left to get around it. And on the Wilbur Cross, you got it on either side between exit 55 and exit 60 in Camden. And 91 southbound, more road work going through exits 15 and 16. That's taking out the right lane. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-60s and a light breeze out of the south. Sunny and warmer tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Sunny and hot Thursday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Stay connected with Paul during the show at WICC 600 on Facebook. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, where one of our previous callers said, the heck with these just black ski masks for ice. Let's go with Freddy Krueger. We're kidding. It's a joke. Relax. Oh, my God. I can't believe those people at Connoisseur want Freddy Krueger masks. Relax. Nobody wants Freddy Krueger masks. It's called satire. Jeez. 203-333-9422. However, can you imagine if they told the ice field agents, hey, if they gave them one, like on a Friday, if they gave them like one job a week, hey, you have to go out and, there's a meat packing plant where the guy that owns this plant has been, underpaying illegals for 4 or 5 years, and they can't say it because they're worried about their jobs. So, like once a week, they can wear their own mask of choice, right? Think about it. You could have the Joker, you can go full Cesar Romero on them. How about that? You can go the Penguin. You can do that. How about now, if you're going to raid a meatpacking plant, I have the perfect mask, right? Colonel Sanders. Just saying. Randy in Easton's here. Randy.
Hey.
Come on, you laughed.
I know, I did laugh. Yeah.
Can you, Randy, one like on Friday saying, look, we know you dealt with drug dealers and human traffickers. Let's have fun on this one.
Can you imagine? I know. Make magic herbs and spices or whatever the heck you used to say.
Now just stand your rear ends over there.
So I'm going to derail the topic real quick.
Okay.
I know you're a music fan, but I just saw that Ozzy passed. Yeah.
We're going to have an update at the top of the hour. Yeah, well, at least he got his last show.
At least he got what?
His last show.
He did.
Yeah.
No, he did. And he looked horrible, and it looked like he had tremors from Parkinson's. But, I was never a huge Ozzy fan, but you have to hand it to the guy for the career he built, the rabid, loyal following the guy had, including really young folks, in their 20s who worship this guy. So,
And I would hope, Randy, that people who say, oh, yeah, Ozzy died, some of those younger folks do a little digging and realize, okay, he's not just the guy in the reality show.
That's the truth.
Go back 30 years before that, and what a kind of a mile marker he was.
He really was
in the world music scene. Yeah,
he was, and the legend is he got to be in Black Sabbath because he was the only guy that had a PA system,
had an amp, right? Yeah, and you know what? It was sad, Randy, because now he was 76. My dad died at 78 of Parkinson's.
Oh, no kidding!
And when
wow.
I saw the tremors, and it's an insidious thing. I don't know if it's in your family, because you can be the most vivacious guy or gal 1 minute, and within 2 or 3 months you can't stand up.
Yeah, my father-in-law passed of the same thing, and he was exactly that, a fun, vivacious guy.
Yeah.
And by the end, the tremors, he could barely speak. Anyway,
Yeah.
On the topic, I understand the facial protection, but I've seen some videos. I tried to find it again, where the vehicle's not marked, and I couldn't. There's like 10 guys.
Yeah.
And I couldn't see any identification of ICE. It's just like 10 guys in black and in camo surrounding someone. And, that's a little...
I thought the ones I've seen... now, maybe I'm not discounting what you saw.
I could be wrong. Maybe my eagle eyes are...
No, but the ones I've seen, a lot of times they say police ICE on them on the back of...
I saw one. They were surrounding, like 10 guys surrounding a woman.
Yeah.
Like, really? You guys need 10 dudes to surround this one gal? And anyway...
Hey, they're hiring. I may take that for a side gig. Just that $50K signing bonus.
As with most things, it's kind of not what you say; it's the way you say it.
Yes,
and it's not what you do, but the way you do it.
Yeah.
And these tactics, many times for the guys in front of Home Depot or the cook in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
It's seems like a bazooka when you really only need
and maybe
something less.
Maybe Randy, now that this is in full force and the border is a lot less chaotic than it was, maybe like I said, let's figure something out here.
I agree.
But you know
what Reagan did. Let's give some asylum to people who have been here 7, 8, 10 years, been good folks, paying taxes. Job creating, tax paying. Let's do something. Because I understood Reagan. I understood Trump's point about MS-13, violent criminals.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care how conservative or progressive you are. Nobody wants violent criminals here.
No.
Go get them. Go get them. Get them out. But I'm seeing so many people who don't have a criminal record. I think the total now is 160,000 have been nabbed, and 120,000 have no criminal record other than the misdemeanor of being illegal.
Yeah,
that's tough.
And no, it is. And Randy, I do have to run, my friend.
Okay,
thanks. Be good. Yep. Have a good weekend. Because Randy plays all over the place on the weekend. Yeah. Listen, let's channel some of this anger now into both sides, saying, "Hey, let's fix this." But here's the problem, and this problem goes on and on and on. It's almost like the theory I heard someone say one day, and Barbara, hang on, we'll be right with you. Somebody said to me one day, and I heard this on TV too, when it comes to race relations in this country, it's almost kind of the same thing. If we ever reach a truly race-neutral society, if we ever reach a society where racism is cut down to almost nothing, a lot of people are out of a job. A lot of people on both sides of the fence are out of jobs. Because if you can't scream about or look at race, then, a lot of people will make money off of this. Same thing with immigration. If we ever solve the immigration problem, both political parties are going to lose a lot of donations. I'm telling you, they are going to lose. It's all about the cha-ching. It's about the piasters. It's about the nickels and dimes. You know how many millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars that both sides raise when they make immigration their top issue. The Republicans won on it. The Democrats are pushing back on it. So are we really going to get any sort of credible solution to this? Probably not, but I'd like to be wrong. Barbara in Shelton. Hi, Barbara. How are you?
I'm okay, and I am with you. I want them to wear masks because we have too many weirdos who are out there not only to hurt them, but their families, and they are protecting their families. And I heard some liberals say, "Oh, I'm not comfortable with them wearing a mask." I don't give a damn about whether you're comfortable or not. I want to make sure they are protecting themselves and their families, because what they are doing their job that Congress told them to do. And my other issue is they have their panties in a bunch over Trump deporting all these people. Yet Obama deported over 3 million of people, and nobody said boo.
Barbara, as usual, thank you, ma'am, for the call. I do appreciate it. Barbara there in Shelton, yeah. Interesting. Now, to Barbara's last point, and Barbara, once again, thank you, but most people, to your last point there, they say, well, yes, Mr. Obama was known to the left as the deporter-in-chief, but they say at least he allowed, a full length of due process. But now some people are saying, well, no, even under the Obama years, that was not as thorough as a lot of people are making up.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 4 through 5. Right lane is out. On the Parkway northbound, it starts at exit 41. Southbound, you have it going into Route 7. And again, through No Man's Land into exit 42. On the Upper Merritt northbound, construction starts at exit 49. Goes into Stratford. Stay left to get around it. And on the Wilbur Cross, you got it on either side between exit 55 and exit 60 in Camden. And 91 southbound, more road work going through exits 15 and 16. That's taking out the right lane. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Thursday, sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
$25,000 could be yours.
Catch the heaviest bluefish and walk away with the cash.
The Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth happening August 23rd and 24th all over Long Island Sound. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or area bait and tackle shops.
$40,000 in total prizes just for doing what you already love, fishing.
Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at Bluefish Tournament, and we'll see you on the Sound.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And coming up momentarily, top of this hour, more on the death of rock and roll pioneer, heavy metal pioneer, Ozzy Osbourne at the age of 76 in that final Black Sabbath concert / metal celebration held a couple of weeks ago. And yeah, bless Ozzy, he was able to sing, but he had to sit in a chair. And if you've known anyone in your family, extended family, immediate family, like I did, my dad, boy, I got to tell you, it is it's insidious Parkinson's disease. And I know there is a lot of research going on, more drugs, electric stimulation, stuff like that, internal probes, electric-powered, battery-powered, actually put in people's brains to steady the neuromuscular functions, but a lot of that's still experimental, and it's awful. Saw it happen to my dad, a vivacious guy in his early 70s, couldn't slow down until Parkinson's got him.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. A heavy metal giant has died, Ozzy Osbourne. CBS's Matt Piper has a look back at his long-running and varied career.
Ozzy Osbourne rose to prominence during the 1970s as the lead singer of the heavy metal band Black Sabbath. The so-called Prince of Darkness caused an uproar for biting the head off of a bat, but he was able to show his lighter side when a reality show about his family premiered on MTV back in 2002. Crazy. While his music resonated with heavy metal fans, on the show, one of the first in the reality TV world, his kookiness did.
The kooky
eating channel.
The bike your own bread channel.
Ozzy Osbourne, the godfather of heavy metal, was 76. Matt Piper, CBS News.
There is more international outrage over the hunger situation in Gaza.
Gaza has become hell on earth and no place is safe.
The UN's Juliet Touma, the Gaza Health Ministry, says 33 Palestinians have died of malnutrition, including 12 children, in just the past 48 hours. Correspondent Elizabeth Palmer.
Gaza is hungry. Not just the vulnerable teen with a head injury who needs special supplements, but his mother and whole families, and even many of the medical staff just aren't getting adequate calories. Victoria Rose is a surgeon who was working in Gaza until last month.
I'm still in constant contact with many of my colleagues that I worked alongside in Gaza, those who are alive, and it's very difficult to listen to them tell me how hungry they are, how they've not been able to feed their children.
The UN says doctors are fainting from hunger. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said he wants to interview Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. CBS's Aaron Navarro has more from the White House.
Maxwell's attorney said in a post today that they are in discussions with the federal government, said that Maxwell would, quote, testify truthfully, but had nothing else to add in that comment.
Jim Krasula has the latest on the brutal heat and humidity stretching across much of the country.
It will feel like 110 degrees in places from Kansas City northeast to Milwaukee and south to the upper Gulf Coast. Skylar Moss manages landscape crews in Memphis, Tennessee. Extreme heat may prompt her to change schedules.
I try to encourage my guys to take as many breaks as they feel that they need, and if it's just like absurd, ridiculous, then we can move things around.
Midweek temperatures across the middle of the country will be 10 to 15 degrees above normal for this time of year.
On Wall Street, stocks are mixed. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-351-4596. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A person is dead after a rollover crash in Bridgeport earlier this morning. Bridgeport officials say the crash happened at 5:30 a.m. in the 300 block of Indian Avenue. The vehicle struck a utility pole and the operator was extricated from the car. It is not known if the operator was pronounced dead at the scene or if they were taken to the hospital. The crash is under investigation. Connecticut is again suing the Trump administration. Attorney General William Tong has announced a lawsuit challenging rules that would require that immigration status be verified at health clinics and other safety net programs.
This is a time to fight.
Tong says they want to make sure people have access to vital health care and other services in order to protect them and the public. Tong's office is party to around 40 lawsuits targeting the Trump administration. Lawmakers, including the Attorney General, are also sounding the alarm on the financial impact of President Trump's many tariffs. According to a Yale study, consumer prices have risen 1.8%, which translates to an income reduction of roughly $2,400 per household. The Attorney General, along with other state officials, have pledged to push back against the administration.
We are in a constitutional crisis, and the first 100 days of Donald Trump 2.0 has been nothing but devastating for Connecticut. We're suing to stop this tariff madness.
And Sacred Heart University has been approved as the newest member of the Coastal Athletic Association Conference. The university will join the CAA as of July 1st, 2026, and will increase the league's membership to 13. The conference had 5 teams make the playoff field in 2022 and 4 in both the 2023 and 2024 tournaments. 11 of the CAA's current 14 members have made the playoffs since 2015. And the town of Fairfield has released a statement saying a celebration of life will be held in honor of First Selectman Bill Gerber. That will be this Friday, the 25th at 10 a.m. at Sacred Heart University's Martiri Family Arena in Fairfield. All Fairfield residents, friends, and colleagues of Bill Gerber have been invited to attend. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound Milford, accident reported approaching exits 39A and B, has things backing up towards the Moses Bridge. 95 in Lower Fairfield County, plan on an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. The Lower Merritt is the way to go right now. Route 8 southbound, a one-car crash at exit 26. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-60s and a light breeze out of the south. Sunny and warmer tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Sunny and hot Thursday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
If your son or your daughter or your grandson or granddaughter or great-grandson or great-granddaughter, your niece, nephew, great-niece, great-nephew, husband, wife, significant other, boyfriend, girlfriend, if any of those connected to you were federal agents, immigration agents, ICE agents, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE. ICE, baby, as the great Robert Van Winkle once sang to us years ago. Seriously, though, if you or anybody close to you or you love were ICE agents, would you want their face exposed during ICE raids, which are a lot different than police stops? Would you want, it's a simple question, do you want, and the reason I ask this is because I oftentimes think we get better answers on stuff if there is a component of contact with people who think about this. Meaning, and our question today is, should ICE agents be prevented from covering their faces during federal ICE enforcement raids? There is a growing anger among progressives, among a lot of blue states and blue cities, saying, hey, if Trump is going to use and DHS is going to use ICE agents like this, then at least their faces should be exposed. Why? And if you agree with that, if you say, hey, these remind us of jackbooted thugs, and of course, what did Mr. Tong, our esteemed Attorney General, call them yesterday? Secret police. So you have an elected official of the state of Connecticut referring to law-abiding ICE agents as the president's secret police. That's bipartisan, isn't it, Mr. Tong? Hello? Yeah, why don't we do that? So then, if you have publicly elected officials referring to what your husband or wife or boyfriend or girlfriend or domestic partner does as being a member of some president's secret police, a clear inference there to Nazi Germany and communist Stalinist Russia. Do you want their faces out there or not? Simple question, I think. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, because if we have duly elected officials, I mean people that people voted for one reason or another, like our Attorney General, alluding to your own relatives or friends who work for ICE as being akin to those in Stalinist Russia or in fascist Germany or Italy, you wouldn't want their faces covered if for nothing more than to foster their own safety? Are you kidding? Simple question that we start off with, and yes, I am fully in favor of ICE agents being able to cover their faces. We're not dealing with you're not pulling somebody over for a DUI here. You're not responding to a convenience store hookup here. You're not. Hold up, I should say, or hookup. You never know what kind of store it is. No, seriously. You're going after people, some of whom may be parts of gangs, some of whom, paid money to human traffickers. This is serious stuff here. And believe me, it's not to denigrate cops. I'm not saying that. But again, simple question here, and boy, do we have a lot of people responding to this. Should ICE agents be prevented from covering their faces during federal immigration enforcement raids? Because there are people in blue states, blue cities and towns trying to pass bills. There are some in Congress, too, saying, hey, ICE agents should show their faces. Why? If that ICE agent was your husband or wife or brother or sister, and they were going to get some pretty, rumored to be rotten people, you wouldn't want their faces covered? That's really the question. Don't pontificate and then give a different answer if it's your husband, your wife, or whatever. That's all. Start off this hour with Will in Fairfield. Will, you're on WICC. How are you?
Hi, Paul. How are you?
Good, Will. What's up?
Well, first I just want to say I love you so much. You have no idea, man. You say the stuff that we just can't say.
Well, you can say it. Well, I know what you're saying, though. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Does the esteemed Mr. Tong publish his home address out in the open?
I doubt he does for common sense reasons. Yeah, I doubt it. Uh-huh.
Well, for common sense reasons, then I should be able to wear some kind of face-obscuring situation.
All right, makes sense. And especially, Will, I'm sure you would feel that way if it wasn't maybe you, but, your son, your daughter, your kids, husband, wife, right?
Absolutely.
Well, yes, common sense. Will, thank you. Appreciate it. 20, thank you for the kind words, Will. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. I just, I'm at the point in my life where I don't care what I say anymore. When I first started doing these shows, oh my God, should I have said that? Did I use the word I shouldn't have used? Now, screw it. Screw everybody. I'm kidding. Relax. Al and Jeff, hang on. We'll be to you right after we do this on WICC.
There's something lurking in Long Island Sound. It's waiting for you. It's $25,000. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth returns August 23rd and 24th. Catch the heaviest bluefish that weekend and win $25,000. Plus, there's over $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Tri-City Home Solutions and Rinnai and Xfinity.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your your home.
Hey, Joe, what happened to your teeth? They look amazing.
Oh, years of root canals, crowns, gum treatments. I got tired of it all. So I went to Columbia Implant Center in Manchester. They removed my bad teeth and gave me permanent new ones. Same day.
Wait, you walked out with new teeth?
Yep, it's called All for One. They place 4 implants and attach a full set of connected teeth. It's not 4 teeth, it's a full smile. I feel like a new man.
Call Columbia Implant Center at 860-730-6020. All for One. One day, one life-changing smile.
I don't mean to scare you, but a tree could be hiding damage that you simply can't see. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and we had one tree in particular that was directly in front of my son's bedroom. At K&J, they have licensed arborists on staff who will do everything they can to save a tree. Like that tree I just mentioned in front of Chase's bedroom. It didn't need to come down entirely, but the parts that were problematic, those were removed immediately. Book online at kjtreeservice.com or text 203-248-TREE.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Friday, July 25th, Rod Stewart, and Saturday, July 26th, Big Time Rush are at Mohegan Sun. Wednesday, July 30th, Toto, Christopher Cross, and Men at Work are at Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Saturday, August 2nd, Nelly at Xfinity Theater in Hartford. Friday, August 8th, you've got a choice. Goo Goo Dolls and Dashboard Confessional at Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater, and Aloe Black playing Ridgefield Playhouse. Saturday, August 9th, Hanson is at Mohegan Sun on the patio, and Thursday, August 14th, Toad the Wet Sprocket, Katie Tunstall, and Sixpence None the Richer at Westville Music Bowl. Sunday, August 17th, Dasha is on the Mohegan Sun patio, and Friday, August 22nd, Train is at the Mohegan Sun Arena.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound Milford, accident reported approaching exits 39A and B, has things backing up towards the Moses Bridge. 95 in Lower Fairfield County, plan on an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. The Lower Merritt is the way to go right now. Route 8 southbound, a one-car crash at exit 26. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Thursday, sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's here to make the Merritt traffic just fly by. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So a lot of ongoing controversies to whether or not ICE agents, Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents, should be able to and be allowed to wear those full, thin masks, ski masks, whatever, racing masks too, the fire suit masks. My son used to have one. He had one when he went to a local go-kart track near us. I still have it in my car because when it's a little chilly, too chilly to, walk around with nothing on, but I don't want a hat. I want something for my whole face, so I put that. Hey, I better be careful now. It is black. Somebody's going to think I'm in ICE. Imagine me. Yeah, look at the short, pudgy white guy. Yeah, he's an ICE agent. But listen, can you blame ICE agents, who, by the way, nabbed a really bad dude the other day, or as Mr. Trump would say, a bad hombre? They picked up this guy, and I wonder if they were wearing their ICE masks the other day. What's the name of this guy? I want to get this for you before we move on here at 333-9422, 203-333-9422. ICE arrested Mahmoud El Hassan, an illegal from Sudan, in Danbury, Connecticut this week. His criminal history includes convictions for trying to provide material support for a terrorist organization. Sounds like a real Boy Scout, huh? Now, people are pretty upset that they're wearing these masks Now, can you blame ICE agents for wanting to wear the masks when we hear stuff like this?
You want to raise prices on people, you enact tariffs, but you also, this secret police that the president is developing and he's unleashed on our cities and on Connecticut, on residents, that's going to drive up prices too.
That is the Attorney General of the state of Connecticut, William Tong. I didn't make that up. That was him from CTN. Yesterday, Mr. Tong and Mr. Blumenthal got together to push some anti-price gouging legislation. Okay, nothing wrong with that. Maybe it's needed. Lord knows I've interviewed people on price gouging, which, by the way, doesn't exist yet. But really? No wonder ICE wants to wear masks when you have a sitting elected official of this state saying this.
You want to raise prices on people, you enact tariffs, but you also, this secret police that the president is developing.
Secret police, huh? So when you have elected officials likening what maybe you're doing for ICE to Stalin-era Soviet Union or fascist Italy and Germany in World War II, yeah, I'd want to wear a mask too. Jeff in Westport. Jeff, how are you?
Hey, how you doing, Paul?
Yeah.
Hey, it's funny because my brother-in-law was a narcotics officer 40 years ago.
Yeah.
And he's also on SWAT, the special units.
Yeah.
He was allowed to wear a mask when they'd go do the raid.
Sure.
Because they couldn't let the drug dealers know the guys that were arresting them. It's like 40 years ago they were doing that.
I know.
And then special operations in Iraq and Afghanistan, they never wore their name tags, and they always covered their face because you don't want some terrorist coming over to our country and wiping your family out.
And Jeff, thank you. I do have to run. And here's the thing, Jeff. You mentioned 40 years ago. All right, fine. I get that. We were doing this common sense thing, Jeff, 40 years ago. Imagine what it is now with social media. Back then, Jeff, I think you said it was your brother-in-law. They didn't even have social media. They were just worried about people taking pictures. Maybe with telephoto lenses hiding in the bushes now. Jeff, and thank you for the call. If your brother-in-law was doing that and he wasn't wearing a mask, his face would be all over the freaking globe in 5 seconds. Mind-boggling, especially when you have our Attorney General referring to ICE as a presidential secret police. Oh, my God, we're losing our minds. Al in Trumbull. Al, what's up with you?
Okay, so I have no problem with them wearing a mask whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Jeff is correct. It does happen when you're undercover, when you have special ops, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What I do have a problem with, what Jeff referred to, is that those actual special assignments, those special ops, those drugs, when they go after drug dealers and everything like that, they also coordinate with local law enforcement, which ICE does not.
Yeah.
So let's say a citizen gets arrested, not just a bad hombre that got busted over in Connecticut, but the citizen that actually gets arrested by ICE, which has no training because their contract, they don't go through a police program like the law enforcement does. They're contract employees.
Okay, Al, and the reason there's no involvement with cops is because the Connecticut General Assembly will not allow it. Other states, Al, do coordinate, as you say, with ICE, but there's a law in Connecticut called the Trust Act, Trust, that expressly forbids any local law enforcement from interaction with ICE on many of these things. So much, Al, to the point that Connecticut won't even allow ICE to be notified of when they're releasing somebody from jail.
And that's the side that both of the problems are having. ICE won't tell ICE when people are getting released, and ICE won't notify them when they're doing operations. So there's no way for a citizen who ICE really is targeting not white people going down, Madison Square. They're targeting certain areas. They're not going after farm workers that look a certain way.
Okay, so
in
wait.
California.
All right, so Al, let me ask you something. Do you think then it would be better if there was some coordination between ICE and local police who could probably better coordinate? Because in a lot of states there is. We don't have that here in Connecticut. We don't.
Yes, there has to be cooperation between the two.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's the thing. Now, should they allow the operations to happen always? Depending on if it doesn't affect local law enforcement. Now, but there's no way to say, hey, listen, you can't do this because it's a federal government. They have every right. They have every right to do it, but they should at least they should tell the local law enforcement and be allowed to tell the local law enforcement, we're doing an operation here.
Well, and Al, you are 100% correct, and I do have to let you go, but Al, thanks. Here's the problem, though. Al, as you mentioned now, there's no coordination. There isn't. In other states, there are. Because I'm sorry to just bottom line it here the way it is, Al, and once again, that's a good point, to the point where maybe if there was some coordination here in Connecticut, like there is in other states, primarily red states, we wouldn't have the problems sometimes we do here. So, Al, you're right. I would turn your attention on this and your voting preferences maybe to the Democratic majority in Hartford, because the Republican majority minority in Hartford voices, Al, the same exact concerns that you do. And thank you for the call. Let's go to Chris in Stratford before news. Hey, Chris, how are you, sir?
Good. Hey, Paul, just one point that I haven't heard mentioned is something about accountability. I understand they don't want to be identified, but they don't wear any badge with even a number on it or something like that. So in case somebody wanted to make some sort of complaint on the behavior of the ICE personnel, how would you do it? You wouldn't know who it was. They don't need to show their face. They don't even need to show their name. But it needs some sort of so-on badge or something with a badge number.
And that is, and Chris, thank you for the call. I do have to run. That is one of the concerns that has been raised now. Chris, I consider myself pretty well read on this stuff, and I haven't seen one of those complaints, but I'll definitely check it out. Traffic and weather together, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound Milford accident reported approaching exits 39A and B, has things backing up towards the Moses Bridge. 95 in Lower Fairfield County, plan on an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. The Lower Merritt is the way to go right now. Route 8 southbound, a one-car crash at exit 26. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-60s and a light breeze out of the south. Sunny and warmer tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Sunny and hot Thursday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Fish On, announcing the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. Now in its 43rd year. Fish Long Island Sound August 23rd and 24th. Land the heaviest blue and win $25,000. Fish to win and fish for fun. Just pick up a registration form at the Surfside Hotel in Stratford or go to bluefishtournament.com. Thanks to Connecticut Boating Certificates and Fine Fettle. The Surfside Hotel in Stratford, Connecticut's favorite beach hotel. The beach is calling and you must go. TheSurfside.com.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. Did you know that workplace stress is now one of the top causes of declining mental health? In fact, 61% of the global workforce is experiencing higher than normal levels of stress. You can't just wave goodbye to work, but taking small steps for your wellness can yield big results. Hit play on your favorite podcast or song, sit in the sun, or take a walk daily. Even 5 minutes away from your screen can make all the difference. And while holidays are nice, they aren't a long-term solution. Don't forget that therapy can be ongoing and can help you build resilience to handle the unexpected challenges that the workday or any day can bring. Finding work-life balance can be hard. Getting the help you deserve? That should be easy. Unwind from work with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/ABC Radio.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Justice Department says it wants to interview Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend as questions linger in the case. At the White House, President Trump.
Yeah, I don't know about it, but I think it's something that sounds appropriate to do, yeah.
The heat across the nation combined with very high humidity is dangerous. Meteorologist Grant Gilmore says millions are under another heat alert.
100 to nearly 110 degrees, really anywhere from the Sunshine State all the way north into the northern tier states.
It's about time for back-to-school shopping, especially worrisome with prices so high. Bankrate analyst Ted Rossman.
We found that 1 in 3 back-to-school shoppers are changing their habits because of inflation. A similar number are planning to take on debt.
This just in, the BBC is reporting Ozzy Osbourne has died. The heavy metal star was just weeks away from reuniting with his Black Sabbath bandmates for a farewell concert. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The trial has begun for the suspect accused in the deadly stabbing of a 58-year-old man over 4 years ago in Bridgeport. Laquan Victoria is charged with murder and first-degree robbery during the commission of a felony in the killing of James McLean in March of 2021. A jury of 8 men and 4 women are hearing the case in Bridgeport Superior Court. Law enforcement officers are expected to be on the stand when the testimony continues. A Norwalk man working as a rideshare driver is accused of sexually assaulting a 17-year-old girl in Darien. Police say 33-year-old Edgar Interiano has been arrested after an investigation that began in March. He's charged with second-degree sexual assault and other offenses and is being held on $100,000 bond. Interiano was a driver for Uber at the time of the alleged incident, and the company indicates he was removed from the platform over the allegations. A body was found in the Housatonic River near the Stevenson Dam in Monroe after a person was reported missing in the river. A search was being conducted yesterday afternoon in the area of Lake Zor Drive after the unidentified person was reported missing near the dam. The body was recovered after an underwater drone located it at the base of the dam. The death is under investigation. Connecticut parents are getting worried about a contagious rash that is going around the state. Molluscum is a common but contagious skin infection that presents as small bumps on the skin and is spread through contact with skin or contaminated items like clothes and towels. Although painless, some parents worry about their children's safety, but Dr. Jessica Holzer from the University of New Haven told WFSB Channel 3 that the infection is not a cause for concern.
I get why people take it seriously, and I'm just happy to be able to provide them a sense that, like, it's not likely to be the sort of thing that's really going to disrupt your life. It's benign enough that I don't think it's worth being particularly aggrieved over. But I understand why parents would be worried when they don't know what they're working with.
The infection typically clears on its own after several weeks. There is now an interim president for Connecticut State Community College. Dr. Christina Royal's appointment was announced yesterday by the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities system. Her term begins August 1st and runs through June 30th, 2026. Royal is a past president of Holyoke Community College in Massachusetts. A second Democrat is seeking a primary against Hartford area Congressman John Larson. Southington Town Councilman Jack Perry has entered the race against the 76-year-old Larson for his first district seat. Hartford Board of Education member Ruth Fortune announced earlier this month that she's running for Larson's seat. Larson turns 77 years old this month and suffered a partial seizure on the House floor while delivering a speech in February. 3rd District Democratic Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro says federal cuts to Medicaid threaten to kick 187,000 Connecticut residents off their health insurance. DeLauro spoke about the cuts yesterday at the Grimes Center nursing facility in New Haven. DeLauro says the deep cuts in the recently passed budget bill could lead to a health care and elder care crisis in Connecticut.
Medicaid is about kids. It's about the disabled. It's about low-wage workers. It's about seniors. But this is about everyone. Everyone's health care is going to see an increase.
She says it's an undeniable fact that people will die because of this legislation. And Governor Ned Lamont says Connecticut residents have made it clear to him that they do not want to see tolls return to state highways. Democratic candidate for governor and Hamden State Representative Josh Elliott has indicated that he supports bringing tolls back in a conversation with WTNH-TV News 8.
It's a user fee. So ultimately, you're asking people from out of state to pay your state to be able to use your resources. That's why I believe in it.
However, Governor Lamont told Channel 8 that he proposed electronic tolling soon after being elected governor years ago, but was unable to gain enough support in the legislature.
I've been there. I've done that. People did not want us to do tolls. I did challenge the legislature in January. Said, look, we're in pretty good shape on our transportation fund now, but we're doing a lot of work. It drains at some point. You give me your alternatives, what you think you'd like to get behind. I haven't heard a peep from any of them.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound Milford accident remains near exit 39 A and B. Has things backing up past the Milford connector. And southbound you have onlooking delays as well. Lower Fairfield County 95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway isn't much help. And Route 8 north and southbound bunching up going into the Commodore Hall Bridge. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Thursday, sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Talk or text. Yeah. ICE agents. I guess right now it's required that they wear these full-on masks where you can only see their eyes. And a lot of people say, hey, look, we hate this so much, we want to prevent that and prevent ICE from wearing those masks. But a lot of people say, hey, because they're dealing with some pretty bad folks, we may want to not do that. So we'll get back to that. And by the way, coming up in about half an hour, our pal, Chris Williams in the next studio, who's going to read some of the responses here to my question on social media. Pretty simple. Should ICE agents be prevented from covering their faces during federal immigration enforcement raids like ones we've had around Connecticut? ICE nabbing a pretty bad guy in Danbury earlier in this week. All right, let's go to D.C. as we're wanting to do usually at this time. One of our friends from D.C., CBS reporter Aaron Navarro, is with us for yet another twist, another turn in the story that just gets weirder and stranger every day. The, of course, Jeffrey Epstein case file story. Aaron, it's Paul here. Good afternoon. How are you?
Paul, I'm great. Good to hear your voice.
And now what? The president says, well, go ahead. The DOJ can talk to Ghislaine Maxwell. What is going on here?
So the development we saw this morning was the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, who kind of posted without any kind of preview on Twitter, on X, saying that he's expecting to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell, quote, in the coming days, said he was doing so at the direction of the Attorney General Pam Bondi, who you've seen get a lot of criticism from that, MAGA wing of Trump's base over her handling on documents related to Epstein, over not necessarily releasing as much as some of these critics wanted. The president was asked about this and said, he played coy a little bit, said he didn't know much about it, but said he thinks it's an appropriate thing to do. And, just a quick reminder for the audience, Ghislaine Maxwell is someone that's a longtime associate of Jeffrey Epstein, former girlfriend. who had been sentenced to 20 years for sex trafficking charges, is seen by many as kind of Epstein's right-hand person when it comes to the grooming and the things that he done.
Yeah, so, I mean, Aaron, way back, pre the inauguration, in the middle of the run-up to the election, and even during the Biden years, right? She was the person that everybody said, well, if anybody's going to talk, she's still living, she'd be the one, but she pretty much has not tossed anybody under the bus, has she?
Yeah, that's right. And it's one interesting thing that Blanche did note is that no prior Departments of Justice under Trump's first administration, under President Biden's administration, have really reached out to Maxwell to kind of have this kind of discussion and see what she knows. At the same time, they have not indicated that they're expecting a smoking gun from this discussion. They're just looking to get more information from Maxwell, who certainly, given her proximity to Epstein, would be privy potentially to a lot of the things that he's done.
Yeah, don't worry, Aaron, because tomorrow, the next time we speak, the story will take another complete 180, and they'll be talking to somebody else. Who knows? Aaron Navarro, CBS News. Aaron, thanks. We appreciate the time. Take care.
Of course. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Aaron Navarro, one of our guys and gals in D.C., CBS News here on WICC and the Voice of Connecticut. It's just, and again, folks, I don't know what's in those files. Nobody does. Was Trump in the middle of this? Did he not know what was going on? Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Bill Gates. You see this Epstein guy with Prince Andrew and all that. Oh, my God. And that poor woman who committed suicide or killed herself or was killed a few weeks ago or killed Virginia Giuffre. And the whole thing is, and you have to really, for your own sanity with this story, you have to kind of really hold out the possibility, although some people may say it's remote, whatever, you kind of have to hold out the possibility of, well, there may be nothing there. Now, what's nothing there versus there? I don't know. I have no idea. Nada. Nothing. I don't know. Now, by what? Now, let's be fair here. By what? What was attributed to Jeffrey Epstein? The guy was a dirtbag. I mean, the guy was just a deviant dirtbag. But having said that, as our buddy Aaron said there really has never been any smoking gun here. Could the president have been involved in some tawdry stuff? Sure. Bill Clinton? Maybe. Sure. Bill Gates? I mean, there are pictures. You just go online and just Google something or pick whatever AI is in your browser now. Famous people with Jeffrey Epstein. And it's like a who's who of who or whom. And you're looking at all this going, him too, her too. So everybody wants to assume something happened, and I'm sure there was something there, but, look, before we move on here, I think this is one of those situations, and I've said this before, and some people say, well, the assassination stuff is probably like this. Well, the heyday of the CIA in the 50s and 60s is probably like this with all the international pussyfooting. My guess is, and this is only my guess, I don't attribute it to anything else. My guess is, if there is enough tawdry, disgusting, really bad stuff concerning Jeffrey Epstein and celebs big and small on the right and on the left, this branch of government, that branch of government, the Trump branch, the Clinton branch, the Obama branch, whatever. If any of this exists, I still think, as we've seen over the years, maybe with UFO stuff or assassination stuff, there's probably a gentleman's agreement on both sides to say, hey, this isn't about beating you or I. It could end up burning our whole house down, which I'm fine with. Set the fire. Let's see what happens. But I'm sure I'm not sure, a lot of the no smoking gun here may have to do with just good old, self-preservation.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Get to Citi Field when the Mets host the San Francisco Giants and Cleveland Guardians. The Giants are in for the weekend, Friday, August 1st through Sunday, August 3rd. Stay after Friday's game for fireworks, weather permitting. The first 15,000 fans at Saturday's game will get a Francisco Alvarez bobblehead from Coca-Cola. And on Sunday, the first 5,000 kids under 14 will get a mini bat from Dunkin'. The homestand continues against the Guardians Monday, August 4th through Wednesday, August 6th. Get your tickets now at Mets.com/tickets.
My whole identity had been wrapped up in being a soldier. To have that so violently ripped from me when I was wounded, I was lost for a very long time. When Wounded Warrior Project came into my life, being around the other warriors, people that had similar experiences that I did, it was a game changer for me. Having King join the group, that was the beginning of a really good friendship. It's a good time.
I first heard about Wounded Warrior Project through CQ. And at first I was kind of like, I don't know if I qualify. But having been a part of it, it's kind of taught me that it's not just the wounds that you can see, but it's those that you can't.
When you do something like a peer support group with Wounded Warrior Project and come together from different walks of life, man, the growth is incredible. If not for Wounded Warrior Project, I really don't think that I'd be here today.
See how we help warriors combat stigma at woundedwarriorproject.org/combat stigma.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound Milford accident remains near exit 39 A and B. Has things backing up past the Milford connector. And southbound you have onlooking delays as well. Lower Fairfield County 95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway isn't much help. And Route 8 north and southbound bunching up going into the Commodore Hall Bridge. And then Krause with WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-60s and a light breeze out of the south. Sunny and warmer tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Sunny and hot Thursday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Send a text to someone who will actually read them. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
And we go to the text line here, which, like Mr. Big Boy says, is the same as the talk line, talk or text, 333-9422, talking about whether, as I believe, ICE agents that conduct these raids should be allowed to wear masks. I'm all for that. And again, as one of our previous callers said, military people, men and women, wear masks. If you're on drug raids, if you're on SWAT teams, if you're going into a situation where there could be photography of your face, I mean, you're not pulling somebody over on a road for going 55 miles an hour. But I agree, if you go into life and death situations here, you should, if you want to, or at least if given the choice, you should be able to mask up. One person texts in here, thank you for the message. I have no problem with what they're doing because I am a legal resident of the United States of America, and I have no problem with the immigration as long as you come in the correct way as our grandparents, grandmothers, and grandfathers did. All right. But there are people who say, hey, as some of our callers have said, hey, it's a little disconcerting. A little frightening when you see 2 or 3 black unmarked SUVs come pulling up. And out of those SUVs, a bunch of people who maybe are not wearing any markings. I get it. And part of the problem here in Connecticut and other blue states was actually voiced by somebody who called us a few minutes ago. And I agree, he's got a valid concern here that local law enforcement isn't tipped off about these, or, ICE doesn't call the police department in New Haven or in Hartford or Bridgeport saying, hey, this factory here is using 10 illegals. We're going in to get them. Can you help, tell these people that, we're federales, we're coming. Well, that doesn't happen in Connecticut because it's against the law. You have to understand something, folks. If you get a moment, sit down in front of your favorite computer, because maybe like me, you have 2 or 3 for various things. Sit down in front of your favorite computer and type in Connecticut Trust, T-R-U-S-T, Act. And you have laws like the Trust Act here in Connecticut, in a lot of other blue-leaning or solid blue states and big blue cities that do not, by penalty of law, do not allow your local police department or your state police department any involvement with ICE. Now, ostensibly, that's because, the local police say, if we work with ICE, then we lose the trust of migrants. Okay, I guess that's the line you hear. And look, maybe it's true, but for just once, I don't know whether it's in Bridgeport or Hartford or New Haven or Danbury or Waterbury. I understand you don't want to name names. I get that. We want to keep people safe. I understand that. But just once, and maybe I'm missing it, and please, if I miss it, tell me. Because I check out a lot of news sites every day, and not a lot gets by me. Well, not a lot gets by me, but sometimes some stuff does. And we constantly hear about, we don't want to lose the trust of the migrant community. Okay, I'll take that as honest. I'll take that at face value. But having said that, can I hear at least just once or twice? And again, with all due respect, maybe they are saying this and I'm missing it. I'd love to hear a Connecticut Police Department say, hey, you know what? The only reason we solved this case is because of help from the migrant community, and the migrant community trusts us because of the Trust Act, hence the name, and we're not working with the feds. And okay, if that's the case, give us some concrete examples. And I know you don't want to put anybody in danger. I'm not telling you to do that. You don't have to name names. You don't even have to say the specific case. But can you say something? Because that, as our previous caller said, he pointed out, hey, the local cops don't know, never coordinate with ICE. Well, part of the reason they don't is the argument that if they do, they will lose the trust, hence the name of the law, the trust of migrant communities, and migrant communities help them solve crimes. Okay, I don't doubt that. But if you're trying to sell your point of view on something, or if you're trying to sell the justification of something to people, then you got to give concrete examples. You just do. So again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, talk or text. Again, I know it's a very emotional topic. I get it. I understand it. That's why I asked what I thought was a pretty simple question. Should ICE agents, you've seen them, dressed in black, should they be prevented from covering their faces during federal immigration enforcement raids? Because then if you say, well, no, they should have to uncover their faces, they should have to have a badge number, whatever. All right. Are you not then putting their families at risk? Are you not then putting their husbands and or wives, domestic partners, girlfriends, boyfriends, sons, daughters, grandsons, granddaughters, whatever? Who knows how old these people are? Because in these immigration crackdowns here and raids, especially if you're looking for criminal migrants, the kind that everybody, I think, on both sides of the aisle want to get rid of, you're getting some pretty dangerous territory here. I mean, you're going against people who, may have gotten into the U.S. I don't know that. May have gotten into the U.S. through traffickers or whatever. So, again, my question is, before you do a no on this and say no masks, they should have to unmask. And you may believe that. Say, no, ICE, no, they should wear a name, they should wear a badge number, and everybody should see their faces. Okay. You okay if that's your husband? You okay if that's your wife? You okay with that if that's your son or your daughter, or your grandson or your granddaughter, or stepson or stepdaughter? You okay with that? You okay with that if that agent is the man or woman who lives across the street from you or goes to your church or your mosque or your synagogue? Think about it. If you're honest with yourself, you may come up with a different answer once you think about that. Not hard. Basic humanity. Traffic and weather together right here, right now, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound Milford accident remains near exit 39A and B. Has things backing up past the Milford connector. And southbound you have onlooking delays as well. Lower Fairfield County 95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway isn't much help. And Route 8 north and southbound bunching up going into the Commodore Hall Bridge. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Thursday, sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, celebrating 100 years of a Beats.
A century ago, my grandparents, Frank and Philomena Pepe, opened a small pizzeria on New Haven's Worcester Street. They'd never have imagined the incredible legacy they built. Today, Pepe's is still here, still family-owned, and still Connecticut's old reliable. We celebrate 100 years and invite you to celebrate with us.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, passionate about pizza for 100 years. Join the celebration at your local Pepe's today.
We know we're supposed to be getting ready for retirement, but it's so complicated we're just not sure how. And that's exactly why David Gagnon of First Financial Planners is on the radio.
It comes down to education. Knowledge is power. And the one percenters, the very wealthy out there, are in that category because they did things differently.
Every week, David cuts through another layer of that confusion, making retirement planning something we can all understand. Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. Find out more at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
You remember a few months back when we first heard and started discussing here on WICC and all of our local shows that horrific story coming out of Waterbury where a stepmother is accused of allegedly domestically imprisoning her son, or stepson rather, allegedly from the time he was about 12 or so till he was, I guess, pushed to the end and allegedly set a fire in the house to get police and firefighters there. Well, you remember, too, once the initial shock wore off, that the General Assembly was pressing the state DCF, the Department of Children and Families, saying, hey, answers, we want answers. And you remember first DCF said, no, well, we have no records. Oh, but wait a minute. We went back, we closed the case, we have other records. Well, since then, what have we heard? Pretty much nothing. Now, again, I know what DCF is probably going to say, another, well, we're still investigating. How long does it take you to investigate that? No, seriously. So joining us in the about the next 20 minutes or so, Shelton, Republican State Senator Jason Perillo on this, who is the ranking member on the General Assembly's Children's Committee. So we'll talk about that. What's the holdup here? Do you have the files or not? It's been months. Now, again, I'm willing to give anybody a break on this. You want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I understand that. But is this another state agency, particularly DCF, which we can't seem to fix? Are they in CYA mode?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Prince of Darkness has died. Ozzy Osbourne. He was 76 and had been battling health problems. CBS's Matt Piper reports.
Ozzy Osbourne was a heavy metal legend who rose to fame in the pioneering group Black Sabbath.
Black Sabbath defined a sound and a style that goes on to this day. Ozzy was driving that.
But Rolling Stone's Anthony DeCurtis notes the band fired him in 1979.
Essentially because of his kind of drug and alcohol problems, which reached the point where he fell asleep in his hotel room, missed shows.
But the group would come back together and earlier this month performed what would be their final show. Matt Piper, CBS News.
The hunger situation in Gaza continues to grow more dire. The UN's Volker Turk.
It seemed the nightmare couldn't possibly get worse, and yet it does.
CBS's Haley Ott has more.
We've heard from hospital sources in Gaza that across the Gaza Strip over the past 3 days, 21 children have died due to malnutrition and starvation.
And it's not just children. Aid organizations say doctors are fainting from hunger. The Justice Department wants to interview Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, in the administration's latest attempt to calm the storm over the case. Legal analyst Lori Levinson.
The Justice Department is very motivated right now to interview Maxwell and get her perhaps to point the finger at Jeffrey Epstein's associates, and very much hoping that that does not include President Trump as one of Epstein's associates.
Authorities gave an update today on the fatal fire at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts. The state's fire marshal says it started in a resident's room and may be connected to smoking or an oxygen machine.
Investigators believe the presence of medical oxygen played a significant role in the fire's rapid spread and the ensuing tragedy.
10 people died. There was a protest today outside the administration's immigrant detention center in the Everglades.
What the government is calling a detention facility, we know to be a modern-day internment camp.
Activists want it shut down. New York will soon make phone calls free in its state prisons. Currently, prisoners get 3 free 15-minute calls a week, then they're charged. That charge will be lifted August 1st. On Wall Street, stocks were mixed. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont says Connecticut residents have made it clear to him that they do not want to see tolls return to state highways. Democratic candidate for governor and Hamden State Representative Josh Elliott has indicated that he supports bringing back tolls in a conversation with WTNH-TV News 8.
It's a user fee. So ultimately, you're asking people from out of state to pay your state to be able to use your resources. That's why I believe in it.
However, Governor Lamont told Channel 8 that he proposed electronic tolling soon after being elected governor years ago, but was unable to gain enough support in the legislature.
I've been there. I've done that. People did not want us to do tolls. I did challenge the legislature in January, said, look, we're in pretty good shape on our transportation fund now, but we're doing a lot of work. It drains at some point. You give me your alternatives, what you think you'd like to get behind. I haven't heard a peep from any of them.
A second Democrat is seeking a primary against Hartford area Congressman John Larson. Southington Town Councilman Jack Perry has entered the race against the 76-year-old Larson for his 1st district seat. Hartford Board of Education member Ruth Fortune announced earlier this month that she's running for Larson's seat. Larson turns 77 years old this month and suffered a partial seizure on the House floor while delivering a speech in February. And Sacred Heart University has been approved as the newest member of the Coastal Athletic Association Conference. The university will join the CAA as of July 1st, 2026, and will increase the league's membership to 13. The conference had 5 teams make the playoff field in 2022 and 4 in both the 2023 and 2024 tournaments. 11 of the CAA's current 14 members have made the playoffs since 2015. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound crash, exit 40 has things backing up through West Haven. 91 northbound in North Haven, accident approaching exit 9. Lower Fairfield County, about an hour and 10 minutes from Greenwich going through Fairfield. The Parkway isn't much help. Route 8 northbound, you're jamming through Shelton, going up to the bridge, and on the Wilbur Cross northbound, and they're in an accident at the 91 merge. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and reliable, secure internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-60s and a light breeze out of the south. Sunny and warmer tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Sunny and hot Thursday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Right here, 203-333-9422. Masks. Yeah, you know, actually they're a full head covering, not just a mask in the sense of a party mask or a COVID mask, but ICE agents wearing masks. And I was peaked to ask this today because of an announcement from the Boston ICE office that involved Connecticut. ICE Boston saying they arrested Mahmoud El Hassan. Mahmoud El Hassan. Yeah, that guy. I'm just kidding. An illegal alien from Sudan in Danbury. El Hassan's criminal history includes convictions for attempting to provide material support to a foreign terrorist organization and also making false statements. So again, doesn't sound like he's selling Girl Scout cookies. Doesn't sound like he's selling Boy Scout popcorn. But I digress. So I'm assuming that when ICE made this raid or makes other raids, you and I know that they wear masks. And a lot of people don't like this. They say, hey, well, number one, we don't like ICE anyway. They say, so why don't we try and make it so ICE agents have to take their masks off? Now, there's no way I'm for that. There just isn't. Again, these aren't field sobriety tests. This isn't pulling somebody over because of a bad license plate, which in and of itself, all due request to cops, that can be dangerous too. I get it. I'm not discounting that. So I asked a simple question today, numerous answers. We'll get to those momentarily. Should ICE agents be prevented from covering their faces during immigration enforcement raids. And I say no way should they be prevented. They should all mask up. This is serious stuff here. And if you say, I'll just challenge you with this. If you say, well, no, Paul, they shouldn't be allowed to wear masks. They should have to come face to face with the people they arrest and maybe deport. Okay, then, are you okay with that if that ICE agent is your son or your daughter or your grandson, granddaughter, or niece, nephew, domestic partner, husband, wife? You okay with that? Knowing how technology has evolved to where people gathering around, maybe not the subject of arrest, they could take a photo on their phone of your son or daughter or grandson or granddaughter, niece, nephew, husband, wife, and then post that all over the freaking world. You okay with that? Simple question. Well, it's more complicated than that, Paul, isn't it? No, it ain't. Do you potentially, would you want, because you got to bring it home, if you're going to give an informed answer or an informed opinion on so much of this stuff, you got to make it personal. You do. So I ask you, if the ICE agent carrying out that raid, maybe in Danbury a few days ago to get that guy, Mahmoud al-Hassan, sounds like serious charges, or anybody else doing this around Connecticut, if you say take the masks off, have them come face to face, schnoz to schnoz, eyeball to eyeball with somebody they're deporting. Again, are you okay if it's a family member? Maybe you are, but I'm guessing maybe you'll rethink things. But in any event, we have dozens of comments on this, and the one and only Chris Williams, you know what one of his responsibilities is here? Yep, sifting through all the answers, picking the best ones, and of course, as we always say, not reading the obscenities and the bad language. Because, yes, we do get some of that. Chris, what do you have for us on this?
A cornucopia of responses today. Let's begin with Kevin.
Wait. A smorgasbord? Is smorgasbord good, too?
A double skosh.
Okay, yes. All right.
Let's begin with Kevin, who says, should Congress get special protection, required security checks to enter Congress? Scott said, no, it's for their protection. Anthony says, yes, the same way a judge doesn't wear a mask in a courtroom or regular police officers don't cover their faces. John says it depends on the circumstances. If they are taking down a gang leader or drug kingpin, yes, they should wear masks. If they are loitering outside a courthouse hoping to intimidate hardworking migrants, no, they should not. Brian says absolutely not. Anonymity and element of surprise is the key to success and for everyone's protection. And Matt says, no, they don't want to be identified for their own safety and their families.
Interesting stuff. Thank you to all the people who responded. That question will stay up there, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. All right. Look, if that was, again, that was my son, my daughter, my dad, my mom, grandson, granddaughter, significant other, husband and wife, there is no way on God's green, brown, and blue earth do I want their faces out there. I just don't. Because, again, this isn't like regular court, regular policing. You're not pulling somebody over on a DUI stop here. You're not, checking for bad plates, although bad things happen in those stops. Sometimes with some of these illegals, you're going after the worst of the worst. Sometimes. Now, do people get caught up in this stuff? Yeah, I'm sure they do. But again, to both sides, instead of debating who's wearing a mask and who isn't, geez, I don't know, maybe we go after the real problem. We can't do that, though, because people will lose their jobs. We'll talk about the alleged Waterbury home imprisonment in just a bit with Jason Perillo. He's standing by. First, though, Todd in Shelton. Todd, how are you, sir?
Hi, Mr. Pacelli. You're doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you, Todd. What's on your mind, brother?
ICE is doing a phenomenal job as well, and you could look back to all the old shows, the Lone Ranger, the Green Hornet, all the high-powered law enforcement always had masks on so that all the evil enemies could not hurt them or their family.
Love it. Thank you, Todd. Appreciate it. Man, thank you, sir. Man, a Green Hornet reference. There you go. Somewhere Britt Reed is smiling.
Your schedule may change in the summer, but WICC still has all the latest local news and our full lineup of talk you need every day. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, The Download, and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Plus live local news updates at the top and bottom of the hour, along with traffic and weather. We're live and local and here for you every day on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
The rave reviews for Fairfield Motorworks say it all. Ron in Fairfield bought his Mercedes and says, "Love this place. I've finally found a mechanic I can trust." Diane in Shelton had her Nissan serviced and says, "This shop is the best. They go above and beyond for the mechanics you can trust. Bring your car to Fairfield Motorworks." 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motorworks in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motorworks, 203-333-1800.
You've been hit and you're hurt. You were in a crash, and now you're also out of cash. You need someone by your side. You need George Ganem to help you through the injury and legal process. With decades of experience helping clients injured in an accident, George Ganem takes on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve fast. George Ganem will fight for you. Call George at 203-713-8383 or GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Lee Ganem, that garden guy from Ganem's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound crash, exit 40 has things backing up through West Haven. 91 northbound in North Haven, accident approaching exit 9. Lower Fairfield County, about an hour and 10 minutes from Greenwich going through Fairfield. The Parkway isn't much help. Route 8 northbound, you're jamming through Shelton, going up to the bridge, and on the Wilbur Cross northbound, and there in an accident at the 91 merge. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and reliable secure internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Thursday, sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
A place where you can complain freely. In fact, we encourage it. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9, and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
It has been several months since the entire state, in fact, and the nation. This story went national, and I'm sure it got picked up around the world, too. allegations against a Waterbury stepmother that she kept her stepson allegedly, in domestic custody for 20 years since about the time he was 12, now in his early 30s. Thank God the man is still recovering now. He's made some statements, but we've heard remarkably little from this case. Of course, the court proceedings have all been public, but I remember everybody was aghast when this started, and immediately lawmakers on both sides of the aisle in Hartford were calling on the DCF to come out and say, hey, what did you know? When did you know it? Give us all the files here. And was there any follow-up on this? Well, joining us right now is Shelton GOP State Senate member Jason Perillo. By the way, Jason is the ranking Republican, the ranking Senate member on the Committee on Children. Hey, Jason, it's Paul here again. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm great, Paul. How are you?
Not too bad. Jason, anything from state officials or DCF on this? I remember that first they said, well, we have no recollection of this. Then they went back and found some old files. But, Jason, the thing that is fascinating to me is here, the apparent radio silence here. What's going on here?
Yeah, and look, that was always the risk from the start, right? And we do have a meeting with DCF scheduled for next week. I mean, it's practically August, but I'm glad to see some progress. But let's keep in mind, if not for a few of us continuing to honestly hassle them and hold them to task to ensure that they would actually provide us with the information that we need, this is the type of thing, Paul, that just sort of goes away, right? You sort of hope if you're the agency, you kind of hope everybody forgets about it and you can go about your day. So this is a case where, as legislators, we have an obligation to stay on top of the agency to ensure that they do the investigation that they need to do, that they identify solutions to the problems that happened in the past. It would be a shame if this happened and nobody learned anything from it. That would be the absolute crash the car scenario. So we just needed to stay on top of them to make sure that didn't happen.
Yeah, Jason, and the whole thing here, and my God, we could peel back the layers of the onion here and go for weeks probably on this. The state and DCF could. But I guess, Jason, one of the primary questions that I know people on both sides of the aisle want answered here, how did this man who's now in his early 30s, I guess, how did he, again, essentially fall off the radar, right, after a little bit of a police intervention where they say they didn't find anything wrong, and then what happened for 20 years? I get people want privacy. I get people have rights, but to me, that's one of the paramount questions here.
Yeah, the real crime would be if we didn't solve the problem, right?
Yeah.
And you can't identify solutions until, to your point, Paul, until you truly understand the problem. DCF needs to explain very, very clearly what went wrong. How did this poor guy fall through the cracks to the degree that he did? So once we understand that, step 2 is saying, okay, how do we solve those problems? How do we fill those gaps? How do we make sure this doesn't happen again? Because like I said, that would be the real crime here, is if we didn't learn from this and change practices at DCF to ensure that they don't happen again.
What are you do you have any clue, Jason, you and the other legislators involved, any clue as to what information you may hear in that upcoming meeting or not?
I honestly, for me, it's kind of conjecture. I haven't, they haven't really shared anything with us. I have to imagine if they're doing their jobs right, they're going to look at what happened to those reports from school leaders and from teachers that came to DCF. They're going to have to evaluate the intercommunication between DCF and the Waterbury Police Department. I hope they're going to do that, and I hope they're going to share the findings from that, and I hope they're going to learn from it. But to your original point, Paul, it's kind of in radio silence. So I don't have any intel that's better than the intel you have.
Yeah.
And heck, I'm kind of involved in this a little bit. You'd think I'd get a little information, but we haven't had that yet. But hopefully we'll get it next week.
Yeah, and Jason, listen, I've been right now in radio for about 40 or so years here in the state. And Jason, I remember my first radio news job. I'm an old guy. We're talking, 2 generations ago when I first got the bug in this business. I can remember, Jason, in the 1980s, mid-80s, doing stories in my newscasts about problems with DCF, and not with the caseworkers. I've talked to caseworkers, Jason, over the years. Many of them love their jobs. They're seen as a last line of defense in some really abusive households. But man, Jason, I'm not accusing you of this, but just asking in a broad rhetorical way, can we ever get DCF right? No matter what we do here, we hear from the people in the agencies going, man, we're overburdened. There's not enough help here.
Yeah, and actually, you make a really important point. This is not a people problem. This is a process problem.
Mm-hmm.
I know so many folks who do work and have worked at DCF. You don't do it because it's just a job. You do it because you really want to keep kids safe.
Yeah.
But when failures were happening in the 80s, in the 90s, we just saw an audit that, for the last 3 years, there have been problems with losing kids in the system.
Oh.
That doesn't happen because the people change, but the processes, they stay the same. So it really becomes the job of legislators like me, other folks on both sides of the aisle, to hold their feet to the fire when situations like this happen, not let them go away, not let them fall through the cracks, but to say, okay, DCF, what did you learn? What are you going to do to change it? And then it's our job to ensure that they did. It's our job as legislators, especially on the Committee on Children, to say, okay, DCF, you told us you were going to do X. It's been 6 months. Have you done it?
Yeah, and finally, Jason, I know you and a lot of legislators got a blowback a few months ago when one of the so-called solutions here was to crank up the regulation on homeschooling, with the fact that allegedly this stepmother said, well, I was homeschooling them. Are you worried that is still going to be, and listen, I'm all for safety checks. I've said that on the air, but are you worried that's going to try and be the be-all and end-all here? And how would you respond to it? Maybe you've heard from parents who worry, hey, I'm a homeschooling parent, and I'm not crazy here, and I don't want the state to come in and shut me down.
Yeah, well, look, that's always the risk, right? Because when you're an agency and you're under the gun and everybody's looking at you, the first thing you do is start to point fingers. So, the fact that DCF and the administration tried to call out homeschooling families and blame them, look, that was ridiculous. It's not the time to point fingers. But I do think there's a very real possibility that effort is going to continue. Look, when you're the agency, you want to blame somebody else. So I don't think that argument is over. I don't think that effort is over by the administration. And I would say this to homeschooling families, don't think you won anything yet. Don't think you've kept yourselves safe, because this is going to come back. So the effort that homeschooling families put into the legislative session in 2025, with thousands of people coming out, they're going to have to do that again in 2026. I have absolutely no doubt about it.
Shelton GOP State Senate Member Jason Perillo. Jason, thanks. We'll talk down the road. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Paul.
All right, there you go. All right, folks. So again, I guess there is a meeting coming up, Jason said, in a few days. And the legislators involved on the committee, they don't know what is going to be said, but hopefully maybe we have some progress on this that could be coming up.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound crash, exit 40 has things backing up through West Haven. 91 northbound in North Haven, accident approaching exit 9. Lower Fairfield County, about an hour and 10 minutes from Greenwich going through Fairfield. The Parkway isn't much help. Route 8 northbound, you're jamming through Shelton going up to the bridge, and on the Wilbur Cross northbound, and they're in an accident at the 91 merge. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and reliable secure internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-60s and a light breeze out of the south. Sunny and warmer tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Sunny and hot Thursday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Safety, security, control, just some of the reasons to call Nick and his team at Property Protection Consulting. Hey, it's Melissa, and I use PPC for our doorbell cameras, smart thermostats, and surveillance cameras because they make my home and family feel safe and secure. Plus, everything is easy to operate. It's all on one app, and if something goes wrong, somebody from the team comes out right away. For security systems for your home or business, book a complimentary consultation with locally owned Property Protection Consulting at ppcalarms.com. Tell them Melissa sent you.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Renai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Renai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until July 31st with Tri-City and Renai. Visit us at TriCityHomeSolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT, Tri-City.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. Did you know that workplace stress is now one of the top causes of declining mental health? In fact, 61% of the global workforce is experiencing higher than normal levels of stress. You can't just wave goodbye to work, but taking small steps for your wellness can yield big results. Hit play on your favorite podcast or song, sit in the sun, or take a walk daily. Even 5 minutes away from your screen can make all the difference. And while holidays are nice, they aren't a long-term solution. Don't forget that therapy can be ongoing and can help you build resilience to handle the unexpected challenges that the workday or any day can bring. Finding work-life balance can be hard. Getting the help you deserve? That should be easy. Unwind from work with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/ABC Radio.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. The godfather of heavy metal has died, Ozzy Osbourne. He was lead singer for Black Sabbath and died just weeks after a farewell show. He discussed his diagnosis of Parkinson's disease on ABC's Good Morning America back in 2020.
I'm not good with secrets. I cannot walk around with it anymore because it's like I'm running out of excuses.
Correspondent Matt Piper.
A statement from Ozzy Osbourne's family says he was with family and surrounded by love when he died. Either clad in black or bare-chested, the Black Sabbath singer was often the target of parents groups for his imagery and once caused an uproar for biting the head off a bat. Earlier this month, he performed at what would be his final show in Birmingham, England.
Black Sabbath's 1969 debut album marked a huge shift in rock and roll. Rolling Stone readers ranked it and the second album among the top 10 greatest heavy metal albums. CBS News special report. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut local news update.
The town of Fairfield has announced that a celebration of life will be held to honor First Selectman Bill Gerber this coming Friday, July 25th. It will be held at 10 a.m. at Sacred Heart University's Martiri Family Arena in Fairfield. They are inviting all Fairfield residents, friends, and colleagues of Bill Gerber to attend this service. Condolence books will be available for signing at the venue. The program will include remarks by Gerber's family, friends, and colleagues. Connecticut parents are getting worried about a contagious rash that is going around the state. Molluscum is a common but contagious skin infection that presents as small bumps on the skin and is spread through contact with skin or contaminated items like clothes and towels. Although painless, some parents worry about their children's safety, but Dr. Jessica Holzer from the University of New Haven told WFSB Channel 3 that the infection is not a cause for concern.
I get why people take it seriously, and I'm just happy to be able to provide them a sense that, it's not likely to be the sort of thing that's really going to disrupt your life. It's benign enough that I don't think it's worth being particularly aggrieved over. But I understand why parents would be worried when they don't know what they're working with.
The infection typically clears on its own after several weeks. A body was found in the Housatonic River near the Stevenson Dam in Monroe after a person was reported missing in the river. A search was being conducted yesterday afternoon in the area of Lake Zor Drive after the unidentified person was reported missing near the dam. The body was recovered after an underwater drone located it at the base of the dam. The death is under investigation. A person is dead after a rollover crash in Bridgeport early this morning. Bridgeport officials say the crash happened at 5:30 a.m. in the 300 block of Indian Avenue. The vehicle struck a utility pole and the operator was extricated from the car. It is not known if the operator was pronounced dead at the scene or if they were taken to the hospital. The crash is under investigation. The trial has begun for the suspect accused in the deadly stabbing of a 58-year-old man over 4 years ago in Bridgeport. Laquan Victoria is charged with murder and first-degree robbery during the commission of a felony in the killing of James McLean in March of 2021. A jury of 8 men and 4 women are hearing the case in Bridgeport Superior Court. Law enforcement officers were on the stand during today's testimony. A Norwalk man working as a rideshare driver is accused of sexually assaulting a 17-year-old girl in Darien. Police say 33-year-old Edgar Enteriano has been arrested after an investigation that began in March. He's charged with second-degree sexual assault and other offenses and is being held on $100,000 bond. Enteriano was a driver for Uber at the time of the alleged incident, and the company indicates he was removed from the platform over the allegations. There is now an interim president for Connecticut State Community College. Dr. Christina Royal's appointment was announced yesterday by the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities system. Her term begins August 1st and runs through June 30th, 2026. Royal is a past president of Holyoke Community College in Massachusetts. Connecticut is again suing the Trump administration. Attorney General William Tong has announced a lawsuit challenging rules that would require that immigration status be verified at health clinics and other safety net programs.
This is a time to fight.
Tong says they want to make sure people have access to vital health care and other services in order to protect them and the public. Tong's office is party to around 40 lawsuits targeting the Trump administration. Lawmakers, including the Attorney General, are also sounding the alarm on the financial impact of President Trump's many tariffs. According to a Yale study, consumer prices have risen 1.8%, which translates to an income reduction of roughly $2,400 per household. The Attorney General, along with other state officials, have pledged to push back against the administration.
We are in a constitutional crisis, and the first 100 days of Donald Trump 2.0 has been nothing but devastating for Connecticut. We're suing to stop this tariff madness.
And 3rd District Democratic Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro says federal cuts to Medicaid threaten to kick 187,000 Connecticut residents off their health insurance. DeLauro spoke about the cuts yesterday at the Grimes Center nursing facility in New Haven. DeLauro says the deep cuts in the recently passed budget bill could lead to a health care and elder care crisis in Connecticut.
Medicaid is about kids, it's about the disabled, it's about low-wage workers, it's about seniors, but this is about everyone. Everyone's health care is going to see an increase.
She says it's an undeniable fact that people will die because of this legislation. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt will save you the most time. Upper Merritt southbound, you're on the brakes coming off the Sikorsky Bridge heading down to Route 8. On 95 through New Haven, residual delays through Milford, Orange, and West Haven from earlier issues that have been cleared. And on Route 8 northbound, you're jamming from Shelton going all the way up to the bridge. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Thursday, sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
How much crazier can it get? Don't worry, Paul's here to get you through it. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Open phones here. A lot more coming up. One of the stories we're following today is the continuing pressure on ICE to have their agents, the men and women that conduct these ICE raids, not wear masks or take their masks off. We've had a boatload of people commenting on this today, saying, well, this is bad, it's intimidating. And listen, if you want them to be maskless, that's fine. Just be consistent about it. And this is the kind of thing where I always ask people, you can't look at something like this from afar and not ascribe it to someone that may be of your own family or maybe a close friend. And I know what you're going to say. Well, no, you can't do that because you have to react to something. You have to answer a question dispassionately. You can't do that. You can't. And that's why on a lot of hot-button issues, be it guns or abortion or taxes or anything like that, you have to have the capacity to be able to say, hey, maybe I should tap the brakes here just a bit. Tap, tap, tap. Maybe I can tap the brakes here just a little bit and say, hey, how would I think about this if, for example, there was gun violence in my family, or if abortion touched my family, or if somebody with SNAP benefits was in my family. Not telling you how to think, but on almost every big issue, I think sometimes people on one side of the issue or issues or another tend to forget that these issues, much like law enforcement, and wearing or not wearing a mask if you're an ICE agent, they touch families here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And if you have an answer to this, love to hear from you, talk or text. Here's one I just got. Hey, Paul, I agree. ICE does a dangerous job. What I don't understand is how it is any different or more dangerous than police officers. They should have the same rules as SWAT and not police who do cover their faces, as far as I know. All right, here's the problem with that. Your local police officer already is required to show his or her face. Police officers have worn badges for years. Most police officers in most modern, developed states and departments across the U.S. wear body cams, and it helps the officers usually if things get to court. Sometimes it's used to prosecute, but sometimes it can really help the police officers show their angle here. And everybody usually takes their cameras out, and bottom line, there are rules now about if a cop tells you to get away with a phone camera, you have to, whatever. Okay, I get that. Well, number one, the biggest problem is local police officers work under local jurisdictions. They're not the feds. And whether you like it or not, the feds can have different rules here. And again, the fear is, and you've seen this happen, I think, in a few spots around the nation. There is such anger at some of these ICE raids that the fear is that you will have images of these ICE participants. It's what they call doxing, DOXXING. And that is where somebody takes information about somebody they don't like, whether it's a judge, whether it's a federal agent or whatever, whether it's just somebody they don't like, and they get an image or they get information about this person, and they publish that information to try and openly harass that person, their husband, their wives, their family members, whatever, even to some of the, it was done to a Supreme Court justice a few months ago because somebody didn't like something the federal government was doing. Now, you don't generally see that about a local police officer or local officials. I'm sure it happens. But the main difference is, and I respect that question, hey, if local cops don't do this, why should the feds do it? Well, the simple answer is the feds encounter a whole lot more on a different, the feds deal with a different level of crazy. They deal with a different level of nuts. They just do. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And also, remember, too, on some of these immigration raids, they're not dealing with somebody who was speeding. They're not dealing with somebody who has bad license plates. They're not dealing with somebody who may be working illegally on a job site. Some of these ICE raids involve people who were trafficked by hardcore, ruthless human traffickers, people, involved in drug gangs, people involved with MS-13. Do you want an MS-13 gang member to be able to get a clear look at your son or your daughter if they're participating in an ICE raid? I think you know what the answer to that may be.
Who should you trust when it comes to your biggest investment? Someone local who's invested in the community and you. I'm Jonathan Carbuty with Carbuty Real Estate, and we're a family-owned business and have been serving the area since 1986. At Carbuty Real Estate, whether you need a cash offer or a more traditional listing, we're always the right place for you. Call me, Jonathan Carbuty, at 203-980-6886.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbuty. Go to CarbutyRealEstate.com.
Hi, this is Rich Jackson, General Manager at Mazda of Milford. There's never been a better time to buy or lease a new Mazda. Discover the future of driving with the all-new 2025 Mazda CX-30 and CX-50 at Mazda of Milford. Experience unparalleled style, cutting-edge technology, and exceptional performance. Elevate your driving experience with Mazda of Milford. Mazda of Milford, easy to get to and even easier to do business with. Mazda of Milford, 915 Boston Post Road in Milford, or on the web at MazdaofMilford.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Another mixed day on Wall Street, but kind of the opposite of what we saw yesterday as the Dow rallied 179 points. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent pushing back a deadline on China for trade talks to continue without any further tariff increases. The Dow finished at 44,502. S&P eked out a record up 4 points to 6309. NASDAQ pulled back a bit ahead of earnings coming tomorrow from the likes of Google's parent Alphabet and Tesla. The NASDAQ off record levels down 81.5 points to 20,892. 10-year note yields dipped to below 4.35%. The dollar weakened broadly against key foreign currencies. Oil down 84 cents to 66.36 a barrel, and gold jumped back above $3,400 an ounce to $3,442, up $36.50 on the day. Again, we're waiting on earnings tomorrow and more clues as to what the Federal Reserve might do at the end of the month with interest rates. We're getting into the Fed's quiet period, so we likely won't hear too much more from the Fed about the direction of rates, if indeed any changes are to come in the relatively near term.
When you're hiring,
Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt will save you the most time. Upper Merritt southbound, you're on the brakes coming off the Sikorsky Bridge heading down to Route 8. On 95 through New Haven, residual delays through Milford, Orange, and West Haven from earlier issues that have been cleared. And on Route 8 northbound, you're jamming through Shelton all the way up to the bridge. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-60s and a light breeze out of the south. Sunny and warmer tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Sunny and hot Thursday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Got something to say? Give Paul a call. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
I want to get to this in a moment here. This story, Colombia finally punishes anti-Israel rioters over violent library takeover. Remember the video of this? Dozens have multi-year suspensions and expulsions. Good. I don't quite understand. College students that think they can go to a college, they're the customers of the business. And then they go there and they bitch and moan and hold rallies and intimidate Jewish students. And then they're outraged. Somebody wants to push back on that? Stop. These colleges, and I'm not against protests, okay? Intimidating Jewish students ain't protests. Taking over a library, everybody, speaking of wearing masks, taking over a library here and chanting Palestine will be... Shut up! All you people, oh, by the way, Queers for Palestine, that's another great one. Try being queer in Palestine, see what happens. Dozens of anti-Israel rabble-rousers, that's a great word, were slapped with hefty suspensions, and a handful were fully expelled. Good. I'm sure there will be a lot more students who would like to get into Harvard and Columbia and schools like this. How about you bring people in there whose main job is to learn and not protest? More than 70 students are set to be punished for involvement in the disruptive Butler Library chaos that unfolded on May 7th. And by the way, the reason they did that, the reason these dirtbags did that is because they know the libraries at these schools are kind of havens for students who are studying for their finals or their semester exams. You know, more of these universities have to be, just shut up. Just come. I don't understand. Nothing is funnier, seriously, than the divestment crowd. Okay, so they willingly go to a school. They pay. There are thousands of schools in this country. Okay, I want to go to Harvard. Hey, good for you. Congrats, great school. Whatever. Then they get there and they start protesting at Harvard and Yale and everything. Wait a minute. Nobody forced you to come here, but now you're going to bitch and moan about how we invest our money? Shut up. Get out. I'm sorry. I have no tolerance for that. And then some of these schools who quiver in fear, oh, we can't do anything. You know, it's like going to a restaurant, right? Oh, you've got 1,000 restaurants in a big city to choose from, right? 1,000 in a big city to choose from. I want to go there. I love that food. Okay. Then you go to the restaurant and you walk in the kitchen and you start bitching about how the food is cooked. Wait a minute. Nobody told you had to come here. And hardly any of these schools have a spine to say, well, you know what, shut the hell up and get out. And again, it's not against viable protests, which has happened at schools for years. But come on, you cannot be a thinking, breathing human being and see the video of what went on at places like Harvard and Columbia and not say that was targeted at Jews. I have an idea. Israel's not going away, okay? I know it's tough for these protesters. I get it. Israel's not going away. And we've heard the news, tragic as it is, people are starving in Gaza. Okay, you know who could help end that right now? Hamas. Notice how we're still waiting on Hamas to agree to another ceasefire. Hamas could have ended this on day one, but they don't. Because it's not who they are. So you have to understand something. Hamas and the hardcore people over in Gaza, they don't care about their people. Well, you know, the children are dying. Yeah, the children are dying. So you could raise the white flag and say, hey, stop it. Stop Israel shooting at us. We will help you get the food to where it's got to go. Right? But they won't. Because it's who they are. It's the same kind of people that protest on college campuses and chat things from the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Guess what, pal? Not happening. Not happening. Thanks for playing. Have some rice-a-roni, the San Francisco treat. Dave and Meriden. Dave, how are you?
Well, hey, looks like Keith Richards outlived another rock star.
I know. He just...
He probably did as many drugs as Ozzy.
Yeah, it's just, Dave, my father had Parkinson's, and he was a vivacious guy in his early to mid-70s, and then all of us... Now, Ozzy's had this for a while, but...
Oh, yeah, about 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, with my dad, it was within like 2.5 years. And even the doctors at Yale, they could not, they in the case of my father, they said, we just can't figure it out. And we gave him a medical history, stuff he did, stuff he didn't do. And I tell you, Dave, Parkinson's is just an ugly thing. It really is.
Yeah, it's just sad seeing another one go by the wayside.
Yeah, Dave.
Few great ones left.
Yeah, we're at the tail end of that. The stretch that ran from the British invasion up till about the mid to late 80s. Yeah, and it's just, you and I lived through an era of music that's never going to happen again. It's just not.
Oh, no, that's for sure.
It's not.
I'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. Yeah, we'll get more at the top of the hour on the death of Ozzy Osbourne. Whether you liked his music or didn't, whether you're a heavy metal fan or not, even from a cultural point of view, and the part that Ozzy played, I mean, come on, face it. He was serious about his music. Don't get me wrong. But he was also a character, and he knew it. And I was just talking to one of the other air people here at Connoisseur down the hall in another one of our stations, and this person was saying, I mean, think of how many millions of younger folks never knew about the heyday of Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath. All they know him for is what? A reality show.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt will save you the most time. Upper Merritt southbound, you're on the brakes coming off the Sikorsky Bridge heading down to Route 8. On 95 through New Haven, residual delays through Milford, Orange, and West Haven from earlier issues that have been cleared. And on Route 8 northbound, you're jamming through Sheltonwood all the way up to the bridge. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Thursday, sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliasson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliasson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliasson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Might the idea of tolls be coming back again, and might it be brought up by Hamden Democratic State Rep Josh Elliott? We have a piece of sound with him. Chris has been talking about that in the news today. Josh Elliott telling the establishment Dems, hey, what's wrong with tolling out-of-state vehicles? We'll talk about that coming up.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Ozzy Osbourne, known as the Prince of Darkness, has died. He was 76. CBS's Matt Piper looks back on his very colorful career.
Fans of Ozzy Osbourne at first were all about Black Sabbath's music. But a new generation fell in love with the man behind the mascara and growling voice when he was a pioneer in another way. Crazy. Reality TV.
Jack! Can you get this television to work?
Rolling Stone's Anthony DeCurtis.
It was almost like something like The Sopranos, where you're seeing both this kind of ruthless gangster, but at the same time, as a kind of family man. That was true of Ozzy.
Matt Piper, CBS News.
The hunger situation in Gaza has grown more dire. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres today called it a horror show.
Malnourishment is soaring. Starvation is knocking on every door.
CBS's Haley Ott.
Everyone that we've been speaking to who is working on the ground in Gaza or speaking to people working on the ground in Gaza is sounding the alarm that this situation right now is the worst it has been in the course of this war.
Doctors are said to be fainting. In Washington, House Speaker Mike Johnson is sending everyone home early as members clash over the release of files in the Jeffrey Epstein case. He is blaming Democrats.
What we refuse to do is participate in another one of the Democrats' political games. This is a serious matter. We are not going to let them use this as a political battering ram.
President Trump said he wasn't aware that the Deputy Attorney General is seeking to interview Epstein's former girlfriend. Trump met at the White House with the Philippines president and later announced a trade deal, as Linda Kenyon reports.
Posting on social media, the president said in addition to the 19% tariff, the Philippines will impose 0 tariffs on American products. Separately, Trump announced a deal with Indonesia, saying it will be hit with a 19% tariff on all imports into the U.S. and will open its markets to U.S. products with no tariff.
It is brutally hot across much of the U.S. Meteorologist Grant Gilmore.
Near 100 degrees, feels like temperatures between 100 to 110.
And in parts of Europe, it's sweltering. This tourist in Greece.
We are staying inside during the middle of the day and finding air-conditioned restaurants and stores and drinking a lot of water.
On Wall Street today, stocks finished mixed. The Nasdaq was off 81. The Dow Jones Industrial's up 179. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The town of Fairfield has announced that a celebration of life will be held to honor First Selectman Bill Gerber this coming Friday, July 25th. It will be held at 10 a.m. at Sacred Heart University's Martiri Family Arena in Fairfield. They are inviting all Fairfield residents, friends, and colleagues of Bill Gerber to attend this service. Condolence books will be available for signing at the venue. The program will include remarks by Gerber's family, friends, and colleagues. The trial has begun for the suspect accused in the deadly stabbing of a 58-year-old man over 4 years ago in Bridgeport. Laquan Victoria is charged with murder and first-degree robbery during the commission of a felony in the killing of James McLean in March of 2021. A jury of 8 men and 4 women are hearing the case in Bridgeport Superior Court. Law enforcement officers were on the stand during today's testimony. A Norwalk man working as a rideshare driver is accused of sexually assaulting a 17-year-old girl in Darien. Police say 33-year-old Edgar Interiano has been arrested after an investigation that began in March. He's charged with second-degree sexual assault and other offenses and is being held on $100,000 bond. Interiano was a driver for Uber at the time of the alleged incident, and the company indicates he was removed from the platform over the allegations. And there is now an interim president for Connecticut State Community College. Dr. Christina Royal's appointment was announced yesterday by the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities system. Her term begins August 1st and runs through June 30th, 2026. Royal is a past president of Holyoke Community College in Massachusetts. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt southbound accident exit 52 in the right lane. Route 8 northbound an accident at exit 11. 95 northbound over an hour crash through Fairfield. And further ahead, volume delays both sides through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Traffic report is powered by Amarillo Parkview Funeral Home, a trusted pillar of compassion in our community. Secure your peace of mind with a free pre-planning consultation at Amarillo.com. Your peace of mind starts there. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-60s and a light breeze out of the south. Sunny and warmer tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Sunny and hot Thursday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, hour number 4 and final open phones for the rest of the hour, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Josh Elliott, who is the only declared candidate so far on the Democratic side for governor next year. We're still waiting on Governor Ned Lamont. I guess most people think he's going to run again, but you never know, hey. Could have a scenario where he says, enough of this crap, I've got more money than God, and I'm going to go home to Greenwich. No, seriously. So you don't know. But Josh Elliott has said something interesting, and he wants to put tolls back on the table. Now, hear me out on this. You know I was as much of a no-tolls guy as you could have had. I had Patrick Sasser on my show a lot, so, we were pretty we were pretty no tolls on this show. And the problem is I don't trust the state. Now, meaning that in theory, yeah, if you want to toll people and you don't want to toll Connecticut residents or Connecticut commercial vehicles, and the theory is just to toll people who are using the road from out of state, I'm kind of okay with that.
It's a user fee. So ultimately, you're asking people from out of state to pay your state to be able to use your resources. That's why I believe in it.
All right, now that's, of course, Josh Elliott with the comment there that we've heard on the news today. Now, here's the bottom line. Josh, in theory, I may be with you on this if it's only out-of-state drivers. Here's the problem. You can't trust the General Assembly. That's the problem. Because my theory is this. I believe if you could guarantee that they wouldn't change the settings on those license plate readers and on those cameras and whatever equipment is going to, register the tolls and mail you, the tolls by mail or credit your Easy Pass account, whatever, like you and I, we go back and forth from New York. We know what that's about. I think if in some way, shape, or form, Connecticut drivers could be assured of that, which they won't be, then I'm okay with tolls if you're going to aim it at out-of-state vehicles. And you're going to put the tolls maybe on the border, and I know people will try and evade the tolls. I get it. But hear me out on this. And I'll ask you this to kick off our last hour. Now, listen to what I'm saying here. If you could be assured that the tolling system would not affect people in Connecticut and would only affect people coming into and out of the state with out-of-state plates, which the license plate readers, especially now with all the AI stuff built into them, they could easily do that. I know it's amazing what the technology is, but believe me, it works. When I check my balance on Easy Pass going back and forth to see my son and my friends on the island, okay, it took out the $18 I had to spend last weekend to go down to the barbecue, but it's fine. Would you be okay with tolls being on the table if, and again, here's the problem, you can never guarantee this, but let's go to a Pollyanna world, shall we? If the General Assembly by law said, no, we cannot legally toll in-state Connecticut license plates, whether your plate says the Nutmeg State or the Constitution State or the DPRC, the real Democratic People's Republic of Connecticut, we won't toll you. We won't tax you. We will only get those plates that come into and out of Connecticut along 95 and 84 and 91 and the Mare and the Wilbercross combination, whatever, and some of the major secondary roads, only if you have an out-of-state plate. Would you go for that? Now, I know this is pie in the sky because all the equipment would be put up, all the toll gantries, and then all of a sudden, any addition of the General Assembly could say, hey, yeah, I know we were only tolling out-of-state cars and trucks, but you lose. Thanks for playing. Now it's on everybody's back. 203-333-9422. I'm sorry, I'm laughing because the twists and turns and the legal twister about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Oh, help me, please. Help me.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker. When you say, play WICC, the voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012, when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Hey, Joe, what happened to your teeth? They look amazing.
Oh, you know, years of root canals, crowns, gum treatments. I got tired of it all. So I went to Columbia Implant Center in Manchester. They removed my bad teeth and gave me permanent new ones. Same day.
Wait, you walked out with new teeth?
Yep, it's called All for One. They place 4 implants and attach a full set of connected teeth. It's not 4 teeth, it's a full smile. I feel like a new man.
Call Columbia Implant Center at 860-730-6020. All for One. One day, one life-changing smile.
If there's one thing we'd all like to learn, it's how to make our retirement more predictable. You need to make your money last in retirement. And David Gagnon of First Financial Planners can tell you how to do just that.
Comes down to education. Knowledge is power. In this situation, when people get to that point, they understand what they're doing and they get to enjoy their retirement stress-free.
Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, here on WICC 600.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt southbound accident, exit 52 in the right lane. Verdate northbound an accident at exit 11. 95 northbound over an hour crash through Fairfield. And further ahead, volume delays both sides through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Traffic report is powered by Amarillo Parkview Funeral Home, a trusted pillar of compassion in our community. Secure your peace of mind with a free pre-planning consultation at Amarillo.com. Your peace of mind starts there. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Thursday, sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've got thoughts. Share them with Paul. Text 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, talk or text. Same darn number, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Hamden Democratic State Rep Josh Elliott saying, yeah, we should consider tolls. Now, Josh Elliott's the only declared Democrat running for governor next year. Likely, Governor Ned Lamont is probably going to run again, but you don't know. You don't know. Other people making noise about possibly doing it. William Tong, the Attorney General on the Democratic side. Maybe the State Comptroller, Sean Scanlon. Maybe Lieutenant Governor Susan Bisowitz. Who knows? Maybe those folks are eyeing something different, You see all of a sudden now. The walls may be starting to collapse in on John Larson, 1st District Member of Congress. John Larson, 77, has had a couple of medical scares, and now we hear there are, 3 or 4 challenges to Mr. Larson, who seemed to be home scot-free for another term just a couple of weeks ago, and now a lot of younger Democrats are saying, hey, what the heck? Why am I sitting on the sideline here? I guess there's a lawyer with a big Hartford law firm wants to challenge him, and there are rumblings that West Hartford Democratic State Rep Jillian Gilchrist, who would capture a good amount of the progressive vote, she's looking to do that. But the bottom line is Josh Elliott saying, hey, I'm going to put tolls back on the table for out-of-state people only, which you could do, depending upon how you adjust with AI and all that, the license plate readers. And I'd be for that if it's out-of-state people only. But there is no way that you could actually guarantee that the money, the money crowd in the, almost said something else, the money crowd, you'll never know. The money crowd in the General Assembly won't one day flip the switch and say, nah, sorry, everybody pays. Juan in West Haven's here. Juan, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm well, Paul. How you doing, buddy?
Juan, I'm living the dream, man. I wake up every day and I pinch myself and I find out I'm not on drugs. How are you?
Well, that's wonderful, then.
Yeah.
I'm doing well, thank you. I'm doing well. I was just going to add to your comments on this toll stuff, right?
Yeah.
Now, initially, the reason why we don't pay tolls was going back, I don't know how many years. It was federal money that came in, and they got rid of all the tolls, right? Remember that?
Yeah. Yes, sir. And,
so
of
why
course,
is
we
the
had that we had that really bad accident in Stratford too. Yeah.
Correct. Yes, but my point is, why is the legislature now going to change what was federal money that came in to get rid of the tolls? And besides that, now remember the lottery system, right? It's only going to be for schools. Nobody else is going to touch that money.
We were Juan, we were going to have the best educated kids in the solar system from the lottery. Remember that? Oh, yeah.
I remember. That's why I'm bringing it up, because once you open this Pandora's box, right, they're just going to say, oh, well, we're going to put minimal tolls on the Connecticut population. It's going to happen. You know that.
Yeah, and I think the reason Mr. Elliott there in Hamden is saying only on out-of-state cars and trucks, Juan, into and out of Connecticut is because it won't affect our federal funding. Exactly what you brought up.
But again, right, it starts out that way. But somehow some politician is going to say, well, we need more revenues.
Yeah.
So, how about if we put tolls on every Connecticut resident? You know?
Yeah.
Just saying, brother.
All right, Juan. Thank you, sir. Good to hear from you. Appreciate that. No, listen, it's not going to happen. I know that Josh Elliott's talking about it because the progressive wing of the Democratic Party wants to see more cash flow, and Juan is right. It would have an effect, I think, on our national funding. And here's the thing. My primary opposition to tolling Connecticut people has always been a distrust of what the money is used for. And we found out over the past few years that a lot of times that special transportation fund money that is primarily supplied by the gasoline tax was used to plug holes in the budget in other places. So again, if there's no trust there, how do you do this? I would be intrigued, though, on simply an out-of-state system. But again, like Juan said, once those tolling gantries are up, Madam Pandora's box is open. And that's the problem. Now, if they would like to increase revenue, I have an idea that, oddly enough, you don't hear a lot of. The people, the 60,000 or whatever the number is, the 60,000 people who own EVs in the state who don't pay any gasoline taxes, you should pay a few $100s of a yearly fee. You just should. Gasoline-powered vehicles contribute to the the comprehensive road fund there, the transportation fund. Even hybrids do. Remember, hybrids do use some gasoline to keep that motor running if the battery gets low enough. But you folks out there who drive EVs, I love you. It's great technology. It's intriguing to me. but you're getting off easy. You're not paying anything. So why don't we start that? Now, a progressive candidate will never do that because they're in love with EVs. You know that, and I know that. But do you want to get some cash flow in there? Geez, I don't know. Charge all the EV owners $200, $300, $400 a year, the stuff that they're not putting in to the special transportation fund. Isn't that fair? Just asking. Dave in Brantford. Dave, how are you, sir?
Yeah, I do have to question the user fee. A lot of people, there's a buy-in on user fee.
Yeah.
If you use it, if you benefit from it, you ought to pay for it. The problem is the automobile tax and the registration fees and the environmental fees that all the cars are paying.
Mm-hmm.
That money goes for that, the magic bus up in New Britain and the trains and expanding the train travel up to Massachusetts.
Yeah.
And they're not coming even close to pulling their freight. They're paying like 14 cents on the dollar for the cost of operation for those trains and bus routes.
Yeah.
And I think it's not right that the automobile drivers, and the worst thing is they lie about it. They tell you that the automobile is the most subsidized form of transportation. Well, that's an outright lie.
Of course.
Car drivers are paying the freight for they're paying for the airport expansions. They're paying to make sure the ports are open to, bring stuff in, dredging the rivers.
Yeah.
That's all part of the transportation fund, and the car drivers are paying for all of it. So it's just a naked lie to say that it's a user fee. The people that use the buses, the trains, and the planes, they're not paying their freight. And as you note, the progressives are not going to charge extra to people who take the bus and the train. And so the concept of a user fee is just a lie, and it's going to turn into the Mamdani theory that you ride the bus for free. We'll make those car drivers with the congestion. It's all their fault. That's what's wrong with it. They lie. Thanks for letting me.
All right, Dave. The Mamdani fee. Of course. By the way, we're still waiting for, speaking of Mr. Mamdani, Zohran Mamdani, who I guess is leaving the campaign trail. He is now going back to Africa, or he's on some sort of vacation or whatever. And again, my favorite Zohran Mamdani story. He, of course, the Democratic Socialist, running for mayor of New York. This one from Politico. I mentioned this. This is some good comedy, and I thought this was, something from The Onion or the Babylon Bee. It's not. From Politico, the headline, Zohran Mamdani expected to clarify his position on globalize the intifada. Let me tell you something. If you have a candidate for any office in any city or state in this great country, and they have to clarify anything that has the word intifada in it, we are deep, deep, deep into it.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt southbound accident exit 52 in the right lane. Route 8 northbound an accident at exit 11. 95 northbound over an hour runs through Fairfield. And further ahead, volume delays both sides through Long Wharf, West Haven, and Milford. Traffic report is powered by Abriello Parkview Funeral Home, a trusted pillar of compassion in our community. Secure your peace of mind with a free pre-planning consultation at Abriello.com. Your peace of mind starts there. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-60s and a light breeze out of the south. Sunny and warmer tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Sunny and hot Thursday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. Did you know that workplace stress is now one of the top causes of declining mental health? In fact, 61% of the global workforce is experiencing higher than normal levels of stress. You can't just wave goodbye to work, but taking small steps for your wellness can yield big results. Hit play on your favorite podcast or song, sit in the sun, or take a walk daily. Even 5 minutes away from your screen can make all the difference. And while holidays are nice, they aren't a long-term solution. Don't forget that therapy can be ongoing and can help you build resilience to handle the unexpected challenges that the workday or any day can bring. Finding work-life balance can be hard. Getting the help you deserve? That should be easy. Unwind from work with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/ABC Radio.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Ozzy Osbourne has died.
One of the pioneers of heavy metal with Black Sabbath and on his own, the self-proclaimed Prince of Darkness.
Joe Levy of Rolling Stone. Osbourne was 76. His family says he died today without giving a cause. He had battled health problems for years. Investigators looking into the cause of a fatal fire at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts, think an oxygen machine and possibly smoking may have sparked it.
We have at this time classified this fire as undetermined, with two possible ignition sources, both of which were clearly accidental.
10 people died. It is brutally hot in the nation's midsection and in the south. In Cunningham Township, Illinois, Supervisor Danelle Chenoweth says a cooling center is open.
We provide dinner and breakfast. We'll make sure people are safe for the night, and then they can stay in the cooling space during the day.
CBS News Brief.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A person is dead after a rollover crash in Bridgeport early this morning. Bridgeport officials say the crash happened at 5:30 a.m. in the 300 block of Indian Avenue. The vehicle struck a utility pole, and the operator was extricated from the car. It is not known if the operator was pronounced dead at the scene or if they were taken to the hospital. The crash is under investigation. A body was found in the Housatonic River near the Stevenson Dam in Monroe after a person was reported missing in the river. A search was being conducted yesterday afternoon in the area of Lake Zor Drive after the unidentified person was reported missing near the dam. The body was recovered after an underwater drone located it at the base of the dam. The death is under investigation. Connecticut parents are getting worried about a contagious rash that is going around the state. Molluscum is a common but contagious skin infection that presents as small bumps on the skin and is spread through contact with skin or contaminated items like clothes and towels. Although painless, some parents worry about their children's safety. But Dr. Jessica Halzer from the University of New Haven told WFSB Channel 3 that the infection is not a cause for concern.
I get why people take it seriously, and I'm just happy to be able to provide them a sense that, it's not likely to be the sort of thing that's really going to disrupt your life. It's benign enough that I don't think it's worth being particularly aggrieved over. But I understand why parents would be worried when they don't know what they're working with.
The infection typically clears on its own after several weeks. Connecticut is again suing the Trump administration. Attorney General William Tong has announced a lawsuit challenging rules that would require that immigration status be verified at health clinics and other safety net programs.
This is a time to fight.
Tong says they want to make sure people have access to vital health care and other services in order to protect them and the public. Tong's office is party to around 40 lawsuits targeting the Trump administration. Lawmakers, including the Attorney General, are also sounding the alarm on the financial impact of President Trump's many tariffs. According to a Yale study, consumer prices have risen 1.8%, which translates to an income reduction of roughly $2,400 per household. The Attorney General, along with other state officials, have pledged to push back against the administration.
We are in a constitutional crisis, and the first 100 days of Donald Trump 2.0 has been nothing but devastating for Connecticut. We're suing to stop this tariff madness.
Governor Ned Lamont says Connecticut residents have made it clear to him that they do not want to see tolls return to state highways. Democratic candidate for governor and Hamden State Representative Josh Elliott has indicated that he supports bringing back tolls in a conversation with WTNH-TV News 8.
It's a user fee. So ultimately, you're asking people from out of state to pay your state to be able to use your resources. That's why I believe in it.
However, Governor Lamont told Channel 8 that he proposed electronic tolling soon after being elected governor years ago, but was unable to gain enough support in the legislature.
I've been there. I've done that. People did not want us to do tolls. I did challenge the legislature in January. I said, look, we're in pretty good shape on our transportation fund now, but we're doing a lot of work. It drains at some point. You give me your alternatives, what you think you'd like to get behind. I haven't heard a peep from any of them.
A second Democrat is seeking a primary against Hartford area Congressman John Larson. Southington Town Councilman Jack Perry has entered the race against the 76-year-old Larson for his first district seat. Hartford Board of Education member Ruth Fortune announced earlier this month that she's running for Larson's seat. Larson turns 77 years old this month and suffered a partial seizure on the House floor while delivering a speech in February. 3rd District Democratic Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro says federal cuts to Medicaid threaten to kick 187,000 Connecticut residents off their health insurance. DeLauro spoke about the cuts yesterday at the Grimes Center nursing facility in New Haven. DeLauro says the deep cuts in the recently passed budget bill could lead to a health care and elder care crisis in Connecticut.
Medicaid is about kids, it's about the disabled, it's about low-wage workers, it's about seniors, but this is about everyone. Everyone's health care is going to see an increase.
She says it's an undeniable fact that people will die because of this legislation. And Sacred Heart University has been approved as the newest member of the Coastal Athletic Association Conference. The university will join the CAA as of July 1st, 2026, and will increase the league's membership to 13. The conference had 5 teams make the playoff field in 2022 and 4 in both the 2023 and 2024 tournaments. 11 of the CAA's current 14 members have made the playoffs since 2015. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound crash at exit 11 has things backed up almost into Trumbull now. And on the southbound side of Route 8, an accident reported approaching the Merritt Parkway ramps. On 95 north, well over an hour, crash through Fairfield and through New Haven on 95. The southbound side jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And northbound, a minor accident reported near exit 43 over the shoulder. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Thursday, sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And the cash, by the way, open phones till the end of what we're doing here at 333-9422. Story here in one of my favorite sites run by my buddy Paul Bass, the New Haven Independent. Jonathan Salant's story, Chris Murphy raking in the cash. Hey, good for him. Look, I have nothing against campaign cash. You know why? It's usually all spent. Now, some members of Congress, left and right, blue and red, DNR, they keep these constant war chests. But I've never been one of these. There's too much money in politics. You know why? If you get money, you usually spend it. And some of it is usually spent on my business, media, radio, digital, whatever. It's fine with me. Raise all the cash you want. Because invariably, some of it makes its way through a circuitous route into my paycheck. And that's fine with me. Thank you very much. Chris Murphy has reported bringing in $10.36 million for the 6-month period beginning on January 1. So January, February, March, April, May, and June, not too shabby in a year where he's not running for anything. And again, that's fine. Good for him. $10.3 million for the first half of this year. He raised $15.3 million for the 6-year period during his last term. So think about that for a minute. And look, Chris Murphy has been one of the big opposition voices to Donald Trump. Now, he's really good at Trump sucks, and Trump is the Antichrist, and Trump is the devil. You don't hear any real policy positions, except the pablum of, well, we had that immigration bill. Yeah, you know what, Senator, with all due respect, all that bill would have done is it would have codified, as in put in law, higher limits that every president would have had to yield to before they could shut down the border. That bill was a Trojan horse, and thankfully Trump came in and stopped it. Because you know what? Look at the border right now. It's not completely shut down, but it's a lot better than that bill would have made it happen. And I know he loves to get up there and people say, well, you know, there was this bipartisan. Let me tell you something. A lot of the Republicans in D.C., they protect illegals, too, because a lot of their friends that own the meatpacking companies and the big farms and the corporate farms, they're not exactly benevolent either. But that bill would have prevented any future president of either party from shutting down the border in a border emergency unless the average crossings were something like 5,000 a day for 7 or 8 days. Again, it would have codified bad border policy. So again, Chris Murphy in just 6 months has raised $10.3 million. In all of his 6 years in his first term, or last term rather, he raised $15.3 million. And again, I have nothing against this, but he is going to be a major, major player. Although, if you see some of these early handicapping of the 2028 race, he doesn't poll real well. But again, that's a long way off. He also raised over $950,000 for a new leadership political action committee, including $450,000 from a Murphy fundraising committee, which overall took in $1 million. 80% of those contributions of $200 or less. So listen, it's working for him. Says here, quote, in this New Haven Independent story, the deluge, love that word, it sounds like what it is. The deluge of dollars follows Murphy's high-profile opposition to the Trump policies. He is a frequent figure on TV and a frequent speaker on the House and Senate floor, while garnering the attention that has raised speculation he will run for the 2028 Democratic nod. Look, he'll run if the polls say he's got a shot. Because let's not forget here, I don't know what's going to happen to Mr. Trump policy-wise, mentally or physically over the next 2-3 years, but you got J.D. Vance there, and he's young, and it's a good-looking family, and I don't know. Do Chris Murphy and his Gumar go up against that? I'm not sure. But his new girlfriend there supposedly is an expert at messaging and social media and all that. So listen, good on Chris Murphy. I think he's right on some things. I think he's a dunce on other things. And give the guy credit, though. He's up there. I'm not. And he's raised over $10 million in 6 months. So listen, there is a reason you see him on the Sunday talk shows as often as you do. I mean, figure that has to translate to money. When you're there on on Fox and ABC and NBC and CBS and PBS on CNN, right? Cha-ching!
For 90 years, Social Security has delivered every check, every month, keeping its promise to hardworking Americans and helping millions of Connecticut residents retire with dignity. As we celebrate Social Security turning 90, AARP promises to keep it strong for older Americans today and our kids and grandkids tomorrow. Join us. Sign the pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/we earned it. That's aarp.org/we earned it. Paid for by AARP.
Whether it's day or night, hot flashes due to menopause can be unpredictable. That's why there's Veoza, a prescription treatment proven to reduce the number and severity of hot flashes day and night that can start working in as early as 1 week. Based on clinical studies measuring efficacy at 4 and 12 weeks, individual results may vary. Talk to your healthcare provider about what this may mean for you. For moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms or hot flashes and night sweats due to menopause, Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems, such as feeling more tired than usual, decreased appetite, nausea, vomiting, itching, yellowing of the eyes or skin, pale stool, dark urine, or stomach pain. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about Veoza. To learn more, call 1-866-239-1637 or go to Veoza.com. That's VEOZAH.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound crash at exit 11 has things backed up almost into crumble now. And on the southbound side of Route 8, an accident reported approaching the Merritt Parkway ramps. On 95 north, well over an hour crash through Fairfield and through New Haven on 95. The southbound side jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And northbound, a minor accident reported near exit 43 over shoulder. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-60s and a light breeze out of the south. Sunny and warmer tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Sunny and hot Thursday with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
He's here every afternoon to give it to you straight. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Another story that popped up here as we kind of go through our little cornucopia of the big headlines of the day locally and nationally. Did you see this? Obamacare premiums, right? The health exchange in Connecticut. I know a few people that buy Obamacare because, or the Affordable Care Act, because they don't have a job per se. They're freelancing here, freelancing there, whatever. I don't know whether you saw this. It's in the Connecticut News Junkie, but it's a story by the Kaiser Family Foundation. Insurers and customers brace for double whammy to Obamacare premiums. Now, again, let me just say something here. If you have followed me doing shows over the past, when did Obamacare come into motion here? We go back to what, 2014, 2012, something like that, whatever. I was never, no, it was earlier, I think. I think it was 2010. Hold on, give me a second here. See, I have to do this in real time because now it's going to bother me and I'll be staring at it in the ceiling tonight. When did, this is real-time typing, kids. When did Obamacare start? That's the one I want. God bless you, Google. When did Obama... What happened? It was right there. When did Obama... Give me a second here. Isn't this fun? When... there it is. All right. When did Obamacare... Yeah, March 23rd, 2010. Okay, I was right. 2010. Okay, here's the problem. So we are, 15 years into the Affordable Health Care Act, ACH, or the Affordable Care Act. You knew this was going to happen because the costs go up every year. So, again, you see this, and this happens every single year. So this proves the point that a lot of Obamacare critics were making, is that if it gets more and more and more and more expensive every year because you're using private insurers, eventually the thing's going to crumble. In fact, who said it? There was some major Democratic Senate member. I remember when this started, right around 2010 or 2011, saying, well, and he was on, I think it was Harry Reid. Remember the late Harry Reid, Nevada? Harry Reid was on a TV show. I think it was, now it's coming back to me, Nevada Public Television. And Harry Reid, you can look this up. I don't know if there's video of it, but I remember distinctly this because I'm like, well, at least he's being honest. Harry Reid said something to the effect of, and I'm kind of paraphrasing this. He said, look, the way it's set up now is Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act. I don't like Obamacare. I just think that's too flippant. The Affordable Care Act, he said, is basically, it can't survive because of the way it's been constructed, because you're using private insurance companies who will only join if they can make some money on it. And eventually, it's going to crater because the costs will get too high, and nobody's going to be able to afford it anyway. So Harry Reid said, this is just a first step toward national health care. And I read it, and I went, well, yeah, he's kind of right the way he laid it out. He said, look, this is a flawed system, but it was the only thing we could get done. And you have these health exchanges, okay, but again, you see it right here. Get this. More than 24 million people in health plans for the Affordable Care Act face a potential 1-2 punch next year. Double-digit premium increases, along with a sharp drop in federal subsidies that most consumers depend on to buy the coverage, known as Obamacare. And I told you I have a couple of friends on it. And I asked him, what are your premiums? Up again. Which, again, just proves the point that the only way you can have something that works on this scale, I'm sorry to say this, but the only way you can have that is Medicare for all. And what's that going to require? A tax increase. Because right now, all you have is some phony system that bills itself as national health care, and it's not. Now, by the same system, it asks the insurance companies, hey, if you get a big enough pool, will you keep your prices down? But how can they keep the prices down if, as I always say, the hospitals and health care companies keep raising theirs? So again, we might as well bite the bullet sooner than later, figure out a system, figure out the tax brackets, and I don't know how you do it. Maybe you say someone is ineligible for Medicare for all if they can get employer health care. I don't know. But again, the system is cracking and crumbling. And like Harry Reid said on that Nevada Public TV show, this is just an initial step because eventually the idea is to go to Medicare for all, which from a tactical point of view makes the most sense when you run the numbers and stuff like that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Jack in Stamford, Jack, is there a tear in your eye over Ozzy?
I got to tell you, there kind of is. Where's the bumper music? We'll have that tomorrow. But very quickly, and then we'll go into that about the summer of 1982. Yeah. But yesterday when General Tong was talking about the Nazis and that, I had to laugh. I'm thinking, real quick, how about the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party? How many people have they got? The secret police over there?
Well, that's what I said. I said the Chinese Communist Party. I said Stalinist Russia and fascist Italy and Germany. Yeah.
But the CCP, I think, and I'll double check it. I think they've killed more people than even Hitler did in the Holocaust.
Yeah, but
we're not into that. We're going to go back to 1982.
But you know what? They put our cell phones together. But go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, we got to go back to the summer of 1982.
Okay.
A red Z28 Camaro, 5 guys. I'm not sure if any of us were 16 yet.
Yeah.
A 24-pack of Budweiser.
Yeah.
And Hartford Civic Center.
Ozzy.
We're going to Ozzy, baby.
What year was this?
So
What year was this?
1982, right after Randy Rhoads died. The show had been postponed.
Really?
And that, I mean, yeah, we all know Paranoid and that, but I was always a big fan of the first 2 records.
Yeah.
You know, with Randy Rhoads and stuff. But yeah, and so my sister and her family were up visiting some friends, and one of the 5 of us was there, was telling my 15-year-old nieces about the time, hey, Uncle and us, we drove up to see Ozzy.
Now, did your niece hear the part about the 24-pack of what?
They heard that and the worst things. And I'm like, we're trying to keep these kids pretty good and everything, you know. But yeah, he was just blabbering on about it. When you drove up, and they come back and they're like, you guys drove. Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone's had a license or anything, but we did have somebody's sister's car, but we made it.
Yeah, you know, Jack, and obviously we're all about the same age. A lot of us who call the show. You know, I was saying this to somebody before. We really were fortunate to kind of come of age in that section of music from, you know, late British invasion up until the late 60s, 70s, 80s, and even trickling into the 90s. That era, and I don't want to sound like the old guy on the lawn, but that era will never be replicated in music again. It just won't.
Oh, please. My sister takes the girls to see Taylor Swift and what is it, Sabrina Carpenter. And I got to tell you, some of the photos I see now, everything, you mean, we never knew what Led Zeppelin looked like.
Yeah,
You never knew what they looked like because they weren't there. But Sabrina Carpenter, they're all such vulgar pictures that are in the online anymore with these girls and what's going on. I mean, Ozzy with the bat, we were all hoping that had happened, but I know.
Well, didn't he think that was? He thought it was fake, right? He
thought it was a rubber bat, and how out of it are you? But I mean, you had that and the Dove thing, and trust me, he was gone. And if it wasn't for Randy Rhoads, I don't think you would have ever heard from him. And you know, we were all into the first 3 Sabbath albums, and then you know, you had Ronnie James in it for a while,
Rainbow and Rainbow and everything,
It was all the good times, but I just remember that. And again, my buddy telling my sister's kids about, oh, yeah, we're driving up to Hartford. You wouldn't do that today. My sister won't even let them get a paper route.
I will let them get a paper route. So they have come then, you're telling me, to the realization of what a psycho rabble-rouser you were.
You know, I was a safe bad guy. How's that? But you know, my friends were kind of wacky. You know, we all had good times, and hey, at the end of the day, they've all achieved. They've all done pretty well.
Yeah.
I do think the pilot on that day, though, he is dead and everything. He never let up being that crazy guy.
Yeah, I know. All right, Jack.
I hope he had a priest there at the bedside, though.
Yeah. Jack, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Wow, Jack in Stamford there, who was the vice president of the auditing and financial division here of Connecticut today. Never knew he was a headbanger. Hey, listen, it's interesting stuff. But the great Ozzy Osbourne passing away at 76, it was sad to... Now, it's great that he got to play that last show. And how often do you see actors, actresses, entertainers, singers, Broadway people, they squeeze out that last performance or that last show or that last album or CD, and then how often do we hear about it? Oh, my God, he passed away. It was on TV last week or whatever. You know, for a lot of those people, performing is their oxygen. Performing is their oxygen for a lot of those people where, you know, it had to keep them going. And it's amazing how many of those folks are still around and performing into the Rolling Stones are talking about going out on tour one more time. I guess they have another new record coming out. God bless them. They're in their 80s. And man, when we were, you know, what was the Who? Hope I Die Before I Get Old. So it is a passing though. And I know what young people probably, if they heard me now, oh, he's just an old guy. Yeah, but there was something about these seminal bands. I don't care whether it's the Rolling Stones or the Who or the Beatles or the Eagles or Black Sabbath or Aerosmith or stuff like that. There's just not the... And it's not an age thing. I can tell what it is. There's not the buzz now that they're just when people were breaking down doors and breaking patterns, that's when it was cool. All right, traffic and weather together, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Route 8 northbound crash at exit 11 has things backed up almost into Trumbull now. And on the southbound side of Route 8, an accident reported approaching the Merritt Parkway ramps. On 95 north, well over an hour crash through Fairfield and through New Haven on 95. The southbound side jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And northbound, a minor accident reported near exit 43 over the shoulder. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clear with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. Thursday, sunny and hot with a high near 90. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Chris Williams, thank you. We're back tomorrow at 2.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump is rehashing long-standing complaints over the Russia investigation that shadowed much of his first term. He lashed out today after a report from his intelligence director cast doubt on previous findings over Moscow's interference in the 2016 election. CBS's Nancy Cordes.
He has railed against the Russia investigations for years, but that's why he appointed in his first term a special counsel who had broad latitude to look into all of this during his first term, and that special counsel, John Durham, after about 3.5 years, did not find any evidence that the intelligence had been falsified in some systematic way or influenced by political concerns or directed by President Obama to go after Trump personally.
Trump accused Obama of treason. A representative for the former president called the allegations bizarre and a weak attempt at distraction. Trump's outburst came after he was asked about the Justice Department wanting to speak with Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend, which Trump said he didn't know about. Ozzy Osbourne has died. The former Black Sabbath frontman was 76. The band changed the course of rock and roll in 1969. Rolling Stone's Anthony DeCurtis.
It was a style of music that kind of captured the rebellion of the age for an audience largely male at the time, who weren't political, weren't rebelling in that way, but still felt disaffected from the institutions that surrounded them.
Osbourne went on to star in MTV's The Osbournes. He had suffered from Parkinson's disease. The hunger situation in Gaza led to protests in Israel today.
People are literally starving. We came here today to call out to end this siege, to allow the entry of humanitarian aid, and to end the war on Gaza, which is a catastrophe for both Palestinians as well as Israelis.
The U.S. is withdrawing again from the UN Cultural Agency.
Continued involvement in UNESCO is not in the national interest of the United States.
The State Department's Tammy Bruce, the administration's accused it of being anti-Israel. 70 million Americans were under heat alerts today. It was a hot day for fans at the Kansas City Chiefs training camp.
I stay hydrated. I bring my neck fan and just wear cool clothing. I've seen people bring umbrellas and other just like little